Meeting of the Michigan Board of State Canvassers is called to order at 10 a.m. Good morning. Looks like a wonderful crowd, and I understand the overflow room is busy too. It's fabulous to see all you guys here. Really, it truly is. We have I'll try to speak up for you, forgive me. On the agenda this morning, the first item was public comment, but I'm going to switch the agenda for just a second. What we're going to do first is we're going to take two, which is a consideration of the meeting minutes because that's really short. I'm making that move because everybody here is speaking on item number 3. So it seems like it would make more sense. So with that said, I look for a motion regarding the consideration of the meeting minutes for the July 18th, 2025 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I just to be clear, the motion is to approve the minutes, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
Thank
forgive
you.
me. Thanks for fixing that. All right, we are going to move on to public comment. So I get to comment first. We're going to give public comment speakers 2 minutes this morning. And there's a lot of folks that want to speak, so we have to keep it fairly tight. The other item I would bring up before we do public comment is it's a good time to remind everybody here that this board is not here to decide whether or not this petition goes forward to get signatures. That's not our role. It's not our job. We're not here to weigh in on whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And I'd appreciate the same with the public comment. The issue here is that we have to deal with is to come up with a 100-word summary and to approve a form. So, and I know that, I know you're all speaking to different issues here, so I thought I would give you that up front. And with that said, I'd like to call. Good point. We have the attorneys here. You have a special place. We're going to do the general public comment first, and then we'll allow you to have your time to present. Is that fair? I'll call first Kelly Saunders. Ma'am, you'll have to turn on your microphone. It's at the base. Would you also state your name and spell it for the clerk?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow canvassers for allowing me to speak today to the 100-word summary petition language regarding the proposal by Invest in My Kids. My name is Kelly Saunders. You said spell it as well. KelliSaunders, and I am the Vice President of Policy and Engagement at the Small Business Association of Michigan. To keep it tight, as you said, I do ask that I would be able to provide a little bit of context for the verbiage that we are going to be asking for today. So simply put, this initiative is a small business tax, and the $500,000 and $1 million thresholds do not tell the full story of who's encapsulated in those brackets. Many small businesses are organized as S-corps, LLCs, partnerships, and sole proprietors, which means they claim business income on their individual income tax. And this proposal narrows in on that specifically. The $500,000 and $1 million reportings are not their take-home pay. Small business owners must leave earnings in the business for hiring, expanding, salary and benefit packages cost increases, capital expenditures, and normal increases in day-to-day operations to keep the doors open. This is an important narrative to share that for small business owners who help our communities thrive and Michigan's economic engine run every day. So how do we know this to be true? Recent IRS data shows that 18,300 tax returns will be subjected to this new tax. And based on that same IRS data, we know that by utilization of the qualified business deduction, that 12 to 14,000 of those 18,300 returns are small businesses. That means that 66 to 77% of the single returns with $500 to $1 million in taxable income or total returns with more than 1 million are small businesses, excuse me. In a newly released Gallup poll, the most trusted institution in our nation are small businesses at 70%. And for those considering signing a petition, being transparent of who is paying this is owed to our fellow citizens. in the very language that we are discussing today. So we would ask that the following wording be considered for the summary language. Constitutional Amendment 2, add beginning in 2027 an additional 5% graduated income tax on annual taxable income over 1 million for joint filers and over 500,000 for single filers, including small business earnings taxed at the individual level. Thank you for your time today and the work that you do for the state of Michigan. And I do have that verbiage that I just read if you wanted it.
I'm sorry.
I do have the verbiage I just read for the wording if you want it later.
If you have copies, sure, share them with
Sure.
us.
Great.
While you're sharing those, I would call Amanda Fischer.
Amanda Fischer, AMA. Oh, okay.
Now you
All
can
right.
go.
Now I can go. Okay. Was just excited. AMANDA FISHER. Good morning, Mr. Chair and canvassers. My name is Amanda Fischer, and I'm the Michigan State Director for the National Federation of Independent Business. NFIB represents small and independent businesses in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., and on behalf of the over 11,000 small businesses in Michigan, we believe that it is imperative that the board includes language in the 100-word summary that speaks to the impact this amendment would have on small businesses. As the previous speaker mentioned, it is not well known or understood by most people that the vast majority of small businesses pay business taxes at the individual income tax level. These are referred to as flow-through entities as opposed to those businesses that pay the corporate income tax. In fact, 80% of NFIB members are taxed this way. For these small business owners, all of their net business income is taxed on the individual tax return of the owner, even if the owner draws no salary and takes no distributions of income. This means that small businesses, not just individuals, will be subject to this tax. In truth, a large portion of the revenue derived from this tax will be on the backs of small business. Based on the IRS data that Kelly outlined and that is in my written comments, we know at least 2/3 of the payers of this new graduated income tax will be Main Street business owners. It's incumbent upon the board to be sure that the 100-word summary is an accurate reflection of what any proposal will do. By not including the impact on small businesses, the current language is misleading and somewhat deceptive. Michigan citizens deserve to know all the facts about this proposed amendment so that they can make an informed, unbiased decision. We encourage the board to adopt the language that Kelly presented, and I believe that will be presented by Eric Doster as well.
Ryan Schoaff. Did I get your last name pronounced right, sir? Close enough.
Been called a lot worse. Brian Schoaff, BRIANSHOAF. Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Schoaff, Vice President of Public Policy and Business Advocacy at the Detroit Regional Chamber. When voters hear promises about new tax revenue fixing our schools, they deserve more than just vague language. They deserve transparency. The truth is, the term classroom in this proposal is undefined and non-binding. It's just another word on paper designed to make people think they know what they're getting. But the reality is, the legislature and the governor will have final say on where this money would go. The 100-word summary should reflect that. It must include a phrase along the lines of subject to the laws passed by the legislature, and either remove the list of examples or expand them to include the other items that the legislature is talking about spending school aid funds on, such as marketing, driver's training, retirement services, or direct appropriations to different school districts for enhancement grants. We've seen this before. Remember the lottery? Press releases said that money would go to solve education issues. But what was promised and what was delivered were two very different things. Let's not repeat history. Let's demand clarity and not just comforting headlines.
Thanks. Randy Gross?
Good morning, Randy Gross, Randy Gross. I serve as the Associate General Counsel for the Michigan Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the time this morning to speak on the 100-word summary. I'm going to kind of bucket my comments into three quick areas. One, you've already heard about the small business piece. We think it's imperative that language is included that talks about the impact of this. As you've heard, at a minimum, 2 out of 3 of these affected taxpayers will be small businesses. So language should indicate within the 100-word summary that that is impacted folks. 2, we think it's imperative to include the term graduated income tax, because that's what this is. It's a graduated income tax, and it includes a new tax bracket at 9.25%. It is very common. You can look at federal statute. You can look at court cases. Graduated income tax is a pretty common term that people understand. And it's important to this electorate to see that we are changing the tax scheme within Michigan, moving from a flat tax to a graduated income tax with 2 tax brackets now. So we think you should include language in the 100-word summary of graduated income tax and 9.25% tax bracket. Third, briefly, you heard about the examples being brought in as to the spending. We would argue that there should be no examples in the 100-word summary. If you look at the actual constitutional language they're adding, it is not limiting to those pieces. It says including these items. It doesn't limit to those items. The way the proposal reads, the money would be limited to those items, and that is not a truthful statement. So in order to be fair and transparent to the electorate and for them to understand what they would be voting on, we think those changes are necessary to the 100-word summary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I apologize in advance. I'm going to mess up the first name here. Is it Perry Stone Palmquist? Was I close? Not bad. Well, and would you also turn the microphone on? It's at the base of your mic, a small button in the back. Right there. You got it. Perfect.
Okay. Perry, P-E-R-I, Stone Palmquist, S-T-O-N-E-Palmquist. My name is Perry Stone Palmquist. I'm a mom, and I'm a nonprofit leader of 13 years. Our organization works every day to improve the lives of young people across the state. Our organization is also a member of the Detroit Regional Chamber and a member of Invest in My Kids. Facts matter in classrooms and in politics. The voting public is entitled to an accurate and balanced analysis and summary of the Invest in My Kids ballot initiative. We're deeply disappointed in the Detroit Chamber's messaging around this initiative and the decision to protect the interests of those with the ability to pay a fair share tax with inaccurate information. This ballot initiative was drafted in support of Michigan's children, our economy, and our future. Our schools are underfunded. That's clear if you spend any time in many schools around the state. And our education ranking is in the bottom 10%. We deserve better. The Chamber's message to members was intentionally misleading, and the message to you has been misleading. They claim 3 things. It's a graduated income tax. It's not. The revenue would not be guaranteed for education. It would be. It is a small tax on businesses. It's not. Let's look at each of those. Is it a graduated income tax? No. It creates a new tax that only impacts the wealthiest Michiganders, individuals earning at least $500,000 or more, or households earning at least $1 million. They critique the initiative by noting that education funding levels are not guaranteed in Michigan. Under this proposed amendment, surcharge revenues would be constitutionally restricted to the K-12 budget and be subject to audits. The proposed language says that 3 times. They claim that the tax is a tax on small businesses. This is not a tax on small businesses. The fair share tax is levied only on individuals whose annual taxable income exceeds $500,000 or joint filers over $1 million. We are concerned that these inaccuracies seem designed to diminish support for this ballot initiative while masquerading as unbiased information. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Lunger? You also will need to turn on the microphone, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Josh Lunger. It's Joshlunger. And I'm the VP of Government Affairs for the Grand Rapids Chamber. We represent nearly 3,000 businesses, 80% of which are small businesses across Greater West Michigan. To avoid some of the repetition, I'm going to focus on two elements and relate it back again to the necessary transparency and honesty to the voters in the 100-word summary. The first is on clearly stating who pays and the impact on small business. The numbers that have been shared today show that a significant majority of the individuals who will pay this tax are small businesses, and I believe the voters deserve to know that. That includes S Corps, LLCs, sole proprietors. Many of these file at the individual level, and the data shows a majority of these payers will be small business. I believe that the voters should know when they're signing something, or if they are able to consider this in a future date, that the impact it will have on their local small businesses, which, again, many of which are key parts of our community. Secondly, the meaningless buzzwords of career and technical education, reducing class sizes, et cetera, should be removed. These words are campaign rhetoric that will mislead voters into thinking they are hard promises, when in reality, the promise is really local school district, and it leaves the Michigan legislature to decide the definition of that and other uses of these dollars. I think we all want to be sure about what we're signing when we sign something and what we're voting on when we're voting on, and these two key changes are critical for transparency. With that, we urge you to ensure that there's an accurate and transparent description in this proposal, and we thank you for your service to the state.
Ann Kunan? Good morning.
Ann Kunan. It's ANNEKUHNEN. And I'm with the Michigan League for Public Policy. I'm our Kids Count Director. This proposal adds a 5% surcharge to taxable incomes exceeding $500,000 for a single filer or $1 million for a couple filing jointly. It's important to note that the surcharge will only apply to income that exceeds the threshold. For example, a single filer who earns $600,000 a year will pay 4.25% on all of their income and pay a 5% surcharge only on the $100,000 exceeding the threshold for a total effective tax rate of 5.08%. Analysis provided to the MLPP from the Institute for Taxation and Economic Policy finds that this proposal will raise over $1.5 billion in much needed revenue to help educate our future workforce, which businesses rely on. Small businesses will not pay the new surcharge. The surcharge applies to individuals, not businesses. The surcharge applies to all income an individual taxpayer earns, from salaries, gambling or lottery winnings, investments, capital gains, spousal incomes, and businesses, as well as other eligible sources. But it is not a business tax. There's a common misconception that flow-through entities or businesses are synonymous with small businesses, but some of the largest, most profitable businesses in Michigan and nationwide are pass-through or flow-through businesses. This surcharge also does not enact a graduated income tax. Instead, it proposes a new separate tax at a simple flat rate. The proposal does not in any way amend the current Income Tax Act. The rate remains 4.25% for individuals and 6% for corporations. This is a completely separate and additional tax, while the prohibition on the enactment of a graduated base or rate for the current income tax remains. And finally, constitutional regulations on the use of revenue raised from this surcharge are binding on the legislature. Thank you.
Andrew Beardsley? Morning, Mr. Beardsley.
Andrew Beardsley, ANDREW, Beardsley. I'm with the Michigan Retailers Association. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share retailers' concerns with the 100-word summary as currently drafted. So while we have many concerns, I want to focus on just two. First, the language after school district classrooms is biased in favor of the petition, describing optimal desired outcomes instead of neutral financial processes. If the money is to be directed to the school aid fund, so be it. But how that money is actually spent is up to the legislature, and describing ideal results instead of neutral processes is plainly biased in favor of the petition. So that's about where the money goes. Second is where the money comes from. The language should make clear that the majority of the new tax will be paid by small businesses. Every policy involves trade-offs, and the summary language should not ignore the trade-off that is being proposed to voters, which is to say, do you want to raise revenue for local schools? Great, but that money has to come from somewhere, and we should accurately acknowledge where it comes from. To cite an example, there are more than 80,000 small retail businesses in Michigan. 75% of those have no employees, which means they are taxed on their individual income. By the way, that group is statistically more likely by a wide margin to be a female, veteran, or minority-owned business. And that's probably not what the public has in mind when they're asked to tax the rich. So the language as written does not paint an accurate picture of where the money comes from nor where it goes. So we know that 2/3 of this new tax will be borne by small businesses, and if that's the trade-off being asked of voters, it should be asked plainly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mike Johnston. Good morning, Mr. Johnston.
Good morning. I'm Mike Johnston, Mikejohnston. I'm Executive Vice President of Government Affairs and Workforce Development for the Michigan Manufacturers Association. The MMA represents over 1,700 companies in the largest sector of the Michigan economy, which employs over 600,000 people in this state. I'm here to strongly encourage the board to clearly articulate in the 100-word summary the very real impact the proposed tax increase will have on small businesses. The manufacturing base in Michigan is predominantly made up of small businesses. While many think of large iconic names, the reality is 2/3 of our members have less than 50 employees. These companies are critical to the manufacturing supply chain. For example, an automobile has 30,000 parts. Small businesses all over the state supply parts for engine, brakes, and other critical vehicle functions. The proposal would impose one of the highest tax rates in the nation on small businesses at 9.25%. Our review of the IRS data indicates that 2/3 of the impacted taxpayers will be small businesses. Small businesses, for small businesses, business income is operating capital. Increasing taxes on operating capital will devastate small businesses. By imposing one of the highest tax rates in the nation, small businesses will have less money to support even existing jobs, let alone new investment. In closing, Mr. Chair, the voters deserve to know that they would be voting to devastate small businesses and the thousands of families across the state that rely on those jobs. We encourage you to make sure voters know this new 9.25% tax will impact small businesses in every community of the state. Thank you very much.
Donna Davidson. Ms. Davidson, I deliberately left out your middle name because it's scratched here a little bit. So I would ask you to spell the whole thing for lady on the end.
Davidson. I'm Donna Davidson, President and CEO of Eastside Community Network. We are celebrating our 41st year in operations and our 40th year serving kids on the east side of Detroit. I'm here because of the urgent need for more school funding. Even as we speak, the legislature is trying to figure out how to balance its budget, whether we take money from roads or schools. We know there's going to be a federal shortfall. If elections have consequences, so do taxes. But today we're talking about the conversation around what should be included on the ballot initiative. And I just want to point one thing out. A lot of what we're hearing about is purported impact on businesses and other, whether or not people are going to interpret the language the right way, what the legislature might do. I think that really what we should be focusing on is a true and impartial statement of the purpose of the amendment and not the purported impact of the amendment. That's what lobbyists do. And as a member of the Invest in Michigan Kids Initiative, certainly we're going to be making our case, they're going to be making their case, and I trust voters to understand the difference and to listen intently. I also want to point out that a graduated income tax is not a stake. It is a single purpose income tax for a single group of people. By definition, those things are separate because it does not apply to all taxpayers. And then finally, a lot of these same groups are saying we need more money in education. And I would love to see what their proposals are. Of course, that's the case I will be making to voters, not to you today. I just hope that you understand and agree with us that a lot of what we're hearing about the impact on businesses, and we're not listening to the impact on anybody else. We haven't even been able to substantiate that data other than hearing testimony. And I'd love for people to make that case to the voters who actually have to decide whether or not to adopt this. The Chamber and all of these organizations have no shortage of funds to make their case very strongly to the general public. Thank you.
Gordon Els? Good morning. You actually just turned your mic off. There we go.
Okay, there we go. My name is Jordan Else. It's Jordanelse. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for your time. I'm a small business owner here in Michigan, and I'm here to urge you to approve the summary language as prepared by the Director of Elections. It is clear, accurate, and fully complies with Michigan election law. As a small business owner, I want to directly address the claim that this initiative is against small businesses. It is not, and it would be deceitful to suggest that it is. This proposal applies a personal income surcharge only to earnings above $500,000 for individuals or $1 million for couples, regardless of whether that income comes from wages, investments, or business ownership. It's not a tax on small business. It's a tax on the very wealthiest individuals, those making more than 99% of Michiganders. The vast majority of small business owners like me won't be affected by this at all. What does affect us, though, as small business owners, is the strength of our public schools. We rely on a well-educated workforce, on students graduating with practical skills, and strong communities that attract families and customers. This initiative is a much-needed investment in Michigan's future and one that supports kids, families, and small businesses alike. I urge you to approve the director's summary so voters can have their say. Let's move forward together and give Michiganders the chance to decide. Thank you.
David McNeely.
Morning. David McNeely, D-A-V-I-D. McNeely's M-C-N-E-I-L-L-Y. I actually am not do not have an official statement prepared, written out, so I'm in a little bit of an anomaly, but I am a former teacher. I do a lot of work in children's ministries at my church, and I'm also a small business owner. I work in the finance sector, and a lot of my clients, vast majority of my clients, are small business owners. And all I'm here today is just, I think it's been demonstrated twice already this morning that the general public does not understand how small businesses operate, especially on tax forms and how pass-through entities work. And I do believe that the way the amendment is phrased right now, I think it needs to be improved to allow the general public to understand better how the quote-unquote tax on just single tax on income does impact businesses and to a great degree. I think those statistics have been pretty well demonstrated today so far. But my ask is that the language includes something that we can keep very simple, that understands what the impact of this tax would have on small businesses, their ability to keep jobs, their ability to grow their own businesses. And I know for a fact with my clients, this is something they're very, very concerned about going through and getting passed and approved by the state of Michigan without people really understanding the impact that it has on our jobs and on our daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Farage.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your work for the state. My name is Michael Farage. My last name is spelled Farage. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm certainly not as great a public speaker as we've seen thus far. I'm a taxpayer and I'm a concerned citizen. I sign all petitions because I believe in allowing the people to decide. But I have a major concern about the 100-word summary that's here in effect. When I sign a petition, I ask people questions, those distributing the petitions, and sometimes they can't answer it. This really does affect and it hurts a small business, yet there's no language in it mentioning the most affected. That has to be changed. We cannot bring anything before we, the people, the average citizen like myself, with no mention of small business. And it's unclear in the petition, if this goes before the people, who really are the most affected, who really are paying all this. I understand this. I mean, I support the schools, but I also have a concern if we're the low, kind of ranked nationwide as one of the lowest schools as far as our education. Our superintendents and administration salaries are skyrocketing. So those are some concerns I have directly in regards to this proposal, and I'd ask that you'd ask these people presenting this to really take it back and reword it extremely clear for the layperson like the Mike Farage. Thank you very much.
Dr. Linda Lee Tarver. Doctor, you joined us after we actually started, so just to clarify, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, excellent.
That doesn't include spelling your name.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Linda Lee Tarver, Lindalee, last name Tarver, Tarver. I'm coming as a small business consultant. I also do political consulting. This smells very much of a political leftist attempt to redistribute wealth, and it will greatly impact small business. I am an educational advocate, and I understand the need for supporting our children. There's a recent article that indicates that as much money that is being spent, we are still at the lowest in our academics and education here in Michigan. We have terrible educational outcomes here in Michigan. And stealing from small business will not address that. I do encourage everyone to consider putting language down that it will affect small business. My husband is a hot dog guy here, Clint's Hot Dog Cart, and he owned a soul food restaurant years ago. I would imagine that at that point, he brought in $500,000, even then, for income, taxable income, for a small soul food restaurant. But he had employees. He had other things that he paid for, food, and placed all of those things on his income for his business. And when he paid himself, if he paid himself, it certainly was put into the business. And putting small business in a position to choose between children, which I agree that we should be smart about it, but we have thrown billions of dollars toward education here, and our outcomes are zero. We are at the lowest in academic outcomes. And in Lansing, and welcome to Lansing, many of you, 95% of Black children in Lansing cannot read at grade level.
Regina Weiss.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Regina Weiss, Regina Weiss. I'm a state representative from House District 5, currently serving my third term in the State House. Last term, I chaired our K-12 subcommittee on appropriations, and the term prior to that, I was the minority vice chair on that same committee. So I'm here today to testify urging the approval of the petition summary prepared by the Director of Elections for the Invest in My Kids ballot initiative because it does comply with Michigan election law and because it is my professional opinion through my work in the legislature and through my work through the appropriations process that the language correctly guarantees new and critical funding to support public schools in Michigan. As a state representative that formerly chaired the budget, I understand the education budget and the appropriations process, and I also have taken an oath to uphold Michigan's Constitution. If this proposed constitutional amendment is adopted, as a legislature and an appropriator, I'm here to tell you that the legislature could not spend that money for any other purpose than what is outlined in the language before you. The language of the proposed amendment could not be clearer. Surcharged revenue must only be spent, quote, to support classrooms in local school districts, including funding for career and technical education, attracting and retaining high-quality educators, and reducing class sizes. The legislature would not have the leeway to appropriate the money raised by this proposed amendment for any other purpose. Like other provisions in Michigan's Constitution, this proposal restricts how revenue generated by the proposal may be used. As an example, the existing Article 9, Section 11 requires that the school aid fund be used, quote, exclusively for aid to school districts, higher education, and the school employees' retirement systems as provided by law. Due to that current restriction, the legislature cannot allocate school aid dollars for any other purpose. This proposed amendment would further restrict the dollars raised by this initiative for the purposes stated in the language, again, to support classrooms in local districts, including funding for career and technical education, attracting and retaining high-quality educators, and recruiting and reducing class sizes. I believe that the summary should reflect that, and I think it's very crystal clear from the legislative perspective. So thank you.
Before you get away, can I ask you a question?
For sure.
So I'm listening to what you're saying about how this money would be sacrosanct and protected, okay? But there's, in the Michigan budget today, educational funds are allocated and paid for by legislative action.
Correct.
Those dollars have nothing to do with this, right? So in other words, those dollars could actually be changed downward based on a new influx in this fund. Is that correct?
No, that is not my understanding. This is an additional revenue, and any revenue generated that goes to the school aid fund currently that is dedicated to the school aid fund cannot go anywhere else other than the school aid fund.
These funds, no, but funds that today, the X number of dollars per student or money that's being put in, you could in effect reduce the amount that's in the regular budget based on the thought that you have more money in this new fund. Is that correct?
The legislature would have to reduce taxes, would have to change statute in order to be able to reduce revenue. The existing revenue that currently flows into the state school aid fund cannot be reduced or moved because it is flowing into the school aid fund. So it can only be used for the stated purposes listed as I read in Article 9, Section 11. So you can't move money out of the school aid fund for a general fund purpose unless the legislature acted to change statute, reduce taxes or other things that directly impacted schools. If they, for example, reduce the sales tax, that would directly impact schools. That would reduce funds to schools. But again, that would require, or if they would have to eliminate the sales tax, that would require action by the legislature to do that. There is no proposal by the legislature to do that. The legislature could not move existing revenue out of school aid into the general fund if this passed or if anything else happened unless they they can't do that at all. They could reduce funding by eliminating taxes, but they cannot move existing revenue out of school aid fund for other purposes.
Thank you.
And just also a quick note, they can do that now anyway. Whether this passes or not has no bearing on whether or not that can happen.
You're going over to talk about that now, right?
Yeah, thank you. Exactly.
Jace Bolger. Mr. Bolger, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. My name is Jace, J-A-S-E, Bolger, B-O-L-G-E-R, currently serving as the President and CEO of the West Michigan Policy Forum. but former Speaker of the Michigan House, so recovering legislator. Before I begin, I just want to thank you for your diligence and your time. I know that there were some efforts to swap language at the last minute previously. This has meant more time, and much more dedication of your efforts. I appreciate that diligence because it is so very important to get this right. And I don't hold a law degree, you may not either, but lawyers argue, you decide. So thank you for your attention and your focus on that. I've heard many of the comments, and so I just want to echo a couple of them, and that is simple math shows today that the more you make, the more you pay in Michigan income tax. This would have a new tax rate of 9.25 applied to those who make more. And so therefore, by definition, it is a graduated income tax. You've heard the arguments that over 2/3 of the payers of this would be small businesses, and that this would be permanent and in the state constitution. So I think all of those are very important for the public to understand in your approval of the 100-word description. But I want to focus on the school funding and spending portion, continuing on the conversation you just began. The schools are getting more funding today. Taxpayers are spending more, but unfortunately students are getting less. In 2018, Lawrence, Michigan called for $2.5 billion more per year in revenue. Today, the school aid fund gets $7 billion more per year in revenue. But let's talk about how that would be spent. I think it's very important that voters understand that this additional revenue does not mean a net increase to schools, and certainly does not guarantee the happy examples that are provided. This is because those examples are listed as including, which by definition does not mean limited to. But the dollars directed by the school aid fund are then subject to the laws passed by the legislature. And I think this is very important because the school aid fund is also able to be used for teacher pensions, for higher education, and for community colleges. So what that means is if you put a $1.5 billion in, because this actually does collect that, it hasn't chased small businesses out of the state, which I don't believe it will be the case. But for the sake of argument, let's say that $1.5 billion did go in. To your line of questioning earlier, there is no guarantee that that is a net output of $1.5 billion increase, because money that is currently going to K-12 education could instead be supplanted, is the term, but go to teacher pensions, higher education, and community colleges. So it's clear that these funds won't help all schools. They won't benefit all kids. They aren't certain to be spent on the examples provided. They aren't guaranteed to provide a net increase. And so I ask that you please make clear that these funds would go to the school aid fund, but would be subject to the decisions of the legislature, period. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Only 10:45 and we are through the public comment. Special. Do you have a slip filled out, sir? You do? Did I miss you? What is your name, sir?
Sean Bertellino.
No, it's not in the plan here. Ron, I actually don't have a slip, but come on up and when you're done speaking, would you do me a favor and fill out a slip?
Yeah, I did hand it to the lady standing right outside the door there, so maybe it got lost in translation, but that's okay.
I will need your, to say your name and then.
Absolutely. Sean, S-E-A-N, Bertellino, B as in boy, E-R-T-O-L-I-N-O. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Bertellino, and I am here representing myself. I have a lot of friends and family who are small business owners, and I've been involved in nonprofit organizations for the last several years. And looking through this language, as you've heard it several times, and so I don't want to reiterate too much, but as Mr. Chairman, you have stated in the beginning, we're here to discuss the merits of the language as is, and as is presented right now, it is simply vague and unclear. Currently, right now, there is no mention of small business owners. As we know, and we've heard it said several times, 2/3 of all single income tax filers are small business owners. They have pass-through entities. I'm a financial advisor by trade, and a lot of my clients are small business owners as well, and they are going to get frankly crushed if this goes through. Now, none of that is to say that it's not listed in here. If the proponents of this legislation, of this proposed ballot language, want to tax the rich and pay for schools, that's perfectly fine. But the voters at least have a right to know what this actually does. There should be the wording small business in the language itself, and it should not be vague or ambiguous about what this will actually do. I think this is a very simple ask. The language presented right now is simply unclear, and the simple fact is it's misleading at best and deceptive at worst. And so I would really encourage that this language at a minimum be discarded and sent back to the drawing board so that the citizens of Michigan understand clearly what they're actually voting for. Thank you.
Right, having finished the kind of the general public comment, we're going to move forward and let the attorneys make their presentations. And with that in mind, attorneys have 5 minutes. And Mr. Liedl, we would start with you.
Is that a problem?
We'll provide them with equal time. I'm happy to improve your view at any point. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. And welcome back to Director Brader. Congratulations on the new addition. Good to see you back. This morning, I want to draw your attention to the applicable statute, which I have in front of you. I'm at the point where I have transitional lenses, so I recognize you may or not be able to read it. But the point is, this is the law, right? So what does the law require of you as members of the Board of State canvassers? It requires, if the Director of Elections proposed summary of the purpose of the constitutional amendment proposed by Invest in My Kids complies with the law's requirements, which are 100 words or less, consisting of a true and impartial statement of the proposed amendment, using language not creating prejudice for or against the proposed amendment, worded to apprise petition signers of the subject matter of the proposed amendment, but thankfully need not be legally precise, and clearly written using words with a common everyday meaning to not just you, right, or me, not to lawyers, not to tax tacticians or business experts, but to the general public. Right? So, if the summary proposed by the director, which you have before you today, complies with these requirements, and we believe it does, you must approve it. Right? There may be many versions of a summary that could comply, but the law requires that you act upon the director's approved summary, right? So as Michigan's appellate courts have indicated, in cases relating to ballot statements that go on the ballot using the same statutory standard, in the law before you, with regard to the statement of purpose prepared by the Director of Elections, the board's discretion is limited to either approving or disapproving the language. The Director of Elections has primary responsibility for formulating the language, unquote. So based on the guidance from our courts, what does the law not require, right? We know what it requires. What does it not require? Well, you're not required to come up with some best summary. Have a few more hours of testimony until you can get to the point where we think we're comfortable, we have the best summary. That's not required, right? Or a more efficient, more economical, or better summary is not required. That's not your duty today, right? The law does not require the board to approve a summary that attempts to incorporate arguments of opponents against a proposal into the summary, or for that matter, for a summary, right? It doesn't require a fair and balanced proposal. It's not Fox News. You don't see the words fair and balanced in the statute, right? That somehow attempts to accommodate language suggested by both the sponsor and the opponent. You know, this is not a process where, well, let's give some to this side and some to another. They've suggested this language. Well, balances out. That is not the law that's before you today that you've taken an oath to faithfully implement. Nor, and this is emphasized by our courts, may a summary engage in speculation, right? So back in 2004, there were 2 members of this board, your predecessors, who refused to approve a 100-word statement for a constitutional amendment limiting marriage that had been proposed by the then Director of Elections. Those board members at the meeting, said, hey, we're concerned. They, according to the Court of Appeals, quote, expressed concern that the description of the proposal did not reflect the fact that it might be interpreted to prohibit the recognition of existing or future domestic partnerships between a man or a woman or between a same-sex couple, or might be interpreted to prohibit health insurers from providing a plan allowing for benefits to unmarried couples, either opposite sex or same sex. So back then, the then serving Assistant Attorney General, and this is a quote from the court, acting as counsel for the board, suggested that speculation regarding the ultimate implementation that courts might place on the proposal and attempts to define those effects in a ballot summary would be, quoting the Assistant Attorney General, counsel to the board at the time, fraught with difficulty for the simple reason that by listing some, you omit others. And so as the Michigan Court of Appeals has indicated, any attempt, quote, any attempt to determine how courts might eventually apply a proposed amendment, assuming it won approval, would be entirely speculative, and that would not be a true statement of the law. So no speculation. Also, the court indicated it was improper for the board to insist that a director's statement of purpose be more specific, right? They faltered the director's proposed language for not being sufficiently specific, but that's not the standard under the law. And the court sided with the summary prepared by the Director of Elections. So instead of focusing on this proposal here, right, opponents of the constitutional amendment are asking you to ignore it, right? Probably because the law is not on their side. Instead of focusing your attention on the law, they point to shiny objects over here. Hey, look, small business. You must speculate on the impact on small business. You must be more specific to address the concerns of small business. Even though individual income received from all businesses, small, medium, and large, are treated equally under the proposal. Never mind that the phrase small business never appears in the proposal, Michigan's Constitution, or the current state income tax. And ignore the fact that small business has no common and ordinary meaning. What is it? Is it a small business because it's located in a former photomat? That's a small business, right? But they may have a lot of revenue. Is it small because of the number of employees? Very small businesses can have very large revenue. Are they organized as a corporation and they don't include their business income on their income tax? Many small businesses are organized as corporations. Hey, look, attention, graduated income tax. They say the summary must use those words. Even though the proposal does not alter the existing flat rate income tax, the proposal doesn't alter the rates under the existing income tax. There's no multiple rates. If a tax law does not have multiple rates, it cannot be graduated. I'll wrap it up. There's plenty of other shiny objects. Brackets, more brackets than March Madness, right? You know, this word including has magic words inconsistent with Michigan law and the plain language of the proposal. The Director of Elections was not distracted by these shiny objects. He's focused on the law and prepared a summary that complies with it. We therefore urge you to approve it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. The case that you cited, dealt with language that went on the ballot
Yep.
after a proposal had already been
Yep.
circulated, isn't that correct?
Yep.
And we haven't had any litigation regarding the obligation of the director with regard to the petition language.
Yep, that's right. You know, as I indicated, it applied to as the court referred to it, the proposed statement, right, or the ballot statement. But under current law, the standard, the law is the same for the 100-word statement that appears on the ballot. The standards are now identical under Michigan law.
So, yeah, I understand that the standards are identical, but isn't it also correct that whatever we decide now, whether we accept the director's draft or change it, that would go on the petition, but if sufficient signatures are collected and this is to go on the ballot, there would be a determination then about what the ballot language would be. Isn't that true?
Yep, absolutely. I
And
think,
it wouldn't necessarily be what we decide today.
no, the Attorney General has a published opinion indicating that the action taken by the board today in approving a petition summary does not bind the board in approving a ballot question, even though the standard is the same.
Any questions?
Yes. Thank you for bringing that. Luckily, I do not believe that this is a true and impartial statement. And I've got 3 issues that I would like to raise with you that I believe are deceptive. In fact, part of this statement is not just deceptive, but demonstrably false. So the first item I want to bring up is in this, we use the 5% tax on annual income rather than 9.25. And I would argue that the 9.25 is far more easy and would have a more common everyday meaning to the general public. But I assume that you would rather have the 5% than the 9.25% in this summary.
Yes, Member Cordes, I'd prefer that the board summarize the actual proposal, not a proposal that opponents would prefer to run against, right? We've heard with the shiny objects, this 9.25%, but you've had testimony today from the Michigan League for Public Policy. That's not accurate, right? You have taxable income under the existing Income Tax Act of 1967. If you receive the income as an individual, you may file jointly with a spouse, right? That is subject to taxable income after any additional post-taxable income deductions to a 4.25% tax rate, right?
But it wouldn't be inaccurate to say that they would be subject to a 9.25%
Yes.
tax rate after the
Yeah,
500,000 and a million.
You've heard that testimony from the Michigan League for Public Policy. The 5% surcharge does not apply on all income. It applies to income above the $500,000 threshold for single filers and $1 million threshold for joint filers. And so your effective tax rate is not going to be 9.25, and it's 2 different taxes. That's like saying, oh, hey, my income tax rate is 4.25%, but I got to add 6% to that because I also paid a 6% sales tax under a different tax. They're 2 separate taxes. The language is clear. It's a surcharge. It's a separate additional tax in addition to the tax on taxable income.
I think this board is in relative agreement. This is not a surcharge. It's not a surcharge. It is a graduated income tax. And I believe that it's deceptive to not call it a graduated income tax. And I see that it's been removed since the last time that you were here, but even your own website acknowledged that it creates a new tax bracket.
It's on my website, and the proposal has changed. The current website provides information on the current proposal, and you won't find that information on the current website.
But it's a graduated income tax. There
No, it's
are
not a graduated
2
income tax.
separate tax brackets, and you are taxing people differently based on income.
Right.
There are 2 tax brackets. One is taxed differently based on income. That's a graduated tax.
That's like saying we have a graduated tax in Michigan now, because you have a state income tax at a flat rate of 4.25%, but you have an additional separate local income tax levied by a city at a different rate.
No, that's not, that's not.
Here, again,
That's just not true.
you
Again,
seem to want to
this
interpret.
this is my problem, Mr. Liddell.
Well, I haven't
is-
finished answering your
is
question.
the deception. You want to have a 9.25% tax, just tell people that. You want to have a graduated income tax, just tell people that.
That's not what we want, and it would be
But
fair
that's
and
what it
accurate
says.
to describe. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
It does. This is.
Where
what it
do you
is.
find the words 9.25% in the proposed constitutional amendment?
5% on top of 4.25% is 9.25%.
But it doesn't apply to
It's
income below the threshold.
9.25%.
Right. You've heard testimony
9.25%.
from the Michigan League for Public Policy. It is that individual did
All right,
not
well,
have a
let's move
9.25.
on to the part that is not just factually inaccurate,
Okay.
but is demonstrably false in this case, which says, the actual constitutional text, well, let's start, the portion of the 100-word summary says, required to be used exclusively on local school district classrooms, career and technical education, reducing class sizes and recruiting and retaining teachers. Factually inaccurate. Let's read what the actual constitutional text says. 100% of the money deposited in the fund under section 7.3 must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts, including funding for career and technical education, attracting and retaining high-quality educators, and reducing class sizes. The money may not be expended for other purposes. When it says may not be expended for other purposes, that restriction refers to the broader clause of support classrooms in local school districts. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, well, you're wrong. I mean.
Well, in terms of how to interpret the word including, I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to read the submission provided to the board.
Those three examples are examples. It's not an exhaustive list. It's just not,
Incorrect.
it's not an
That's
exhaustive
not Michigan law. We have Michigan case law that says, one, the word including is not determinative. You must look to two things: the text of the entire proposal and the intent of the drafters, right? One, the proposal says 3 times that it may only be used for the specified purposes. And 2, we've testified previously on the intent of the drafters. The intent of the drafters is that only may be used for those specified purposes. And, you don't have to take it from me. The Director of Elections has agreed. He submitted a proposal to you that agrees. And it tracks the language. You appear to be distracted by the shiny object over here that the word including somehow has magical properties and that it takes away the meaning of all other words. You've got reported Michigan case law that indicates that Frame v. Nelse, 452 Michigan 171. In that case, the court determined, the Michigan Supreme Court, that includes is limiting. And it held that when a statute uses includes, the word includes itself is not determinative of whether the word is expansive or limited, but other provisions of the statute and the intent are determinative.
Yeah.
So what does including mean under Michigan law? It means you can only determine its meaning, and the meaning is clear here. It is limiting because of the 3 limitations included in the proposed constitutional amendment and the intent of the drafters. That's Michigan law.
The fact of the matter here is using the word exclusively when it comes to listing off those 3 items is factually inaccurate. It just is. It's demonstrably false. And once this goes into, once this money goes into the school aid fund, it is the legislature that will determine what qualifies as support for classrooms in
Absolutely
local
not.
school
It is
districts.
not the
That is
legislature.
exactly what's going to happen.
You are wrong
That is
again,
what's going
Mr.
to-
Cordes. The legislature takes an oath that's as solemn as an obligation as the judiciary itself. This is Michigan appellate courts indicating this as well, that it must comply with the Constitution. It must faithfully execute the Constitution as faithfully as the judiciary itself. And if the legislature were to spend the money for other purposes, individuals in the state would have a cause of action to direct the money not to be spent in that manner. I mean, you seem to suggest that limitations in the Constitution and how the legislature are, totally meaningless. Well, you might want to explain that to the veterans. You may want to explain that to the veterans of this state.
We're not going to get, no.
The Constitution
No, Mr.
limits
Liddell,
funding.
no, thank you.
and
You know,
prohibits the legislature.
my issue here, Mr. Liddell.
Apparently, you're not interested in considering the law.
Mr. Liddell,
And
that
the
is,
words of the
that is
state
completely
constitution.
false. Enough. If you're going to take this petition to the streets, I would just ask that you'd be honest, because you're proposing a major tax increase. Just tell people that. You're proposing a graduated income tax. Just say so. You're giving the Lansing politicians the authority to decide how this money is spent. That's a fact. Let the voters know that.
False,
That's it.
false.
That's
I
it.
direct your attention to the law. You're telling me that the proposal does other than what I've claimed. It's not just me. You have your director of elections that has proposed this summary, taking his best-faced effort to comply with the law. Are you saying that the director's summary, which we support,
I am
is
saying that this is
deceptive?
not
Is he
a
being
true and
deceptive?
impartial statement in this, and I've explained why.
It
I'm all done.
absolutely is, and has been previously approved by this board.
Ms. Cummings, would you like to talk to Mr. Liedl?
No.
Vice Chair Gerlitz.
Yeah. One thing I think that you had not, you just kind of alluded to in your last response to Mr. Cordes. We approved the language that the director has presented today. Is that not?
That's
We
correct.
approved that on June 27th.
Correct.
So the language which he suggests that we should approve again is language that this board has already considered and approved.
You're right.
And this is language which the board discussed at its meeting and which the public had every opportunity to address previously. Isn't that true?
There has been more than ample opportunity since the text of the proposal was submitted and a summary was requested on June 17th. Now, I remind everyone, point you back to the statute again, the board had a duty within 30 days of that submission to approve a 100-word statement, right? It did on June 27th. It's engaged in the ultra vires acts of purporting to rescind it. I'm happy to read more provisions of Michigan case law to indicate you lack that authority, right? And so we simply ask you to make a decision today. The director has proposed language that's consistent with the text of the statute. You have previously approved this amendment. So you got a lot of people throwing shiny objects out there to distract you from the law and the prior actions and the action taken by your director. I mean, I also read those provisions from the case law because in the past we've had board members that thought they know better. It should be more specific. We should engage on speculation about how people's tax rates might be calculated. We should engage on speculation on how may this affect certain businesses but not others. And the courts have been clear. There's no need to be more specific, and you can't engage in speculation in a summary. And when the board engaged in that sort of speculation and refused to act, what did the court do? They said, we're done with you, board. We're just going to order this straight to the ballot. We're not even going to send it back to you because we don't have faith that you won't continue to engage in speculation and ignore the statute. So that's what I present to you today. I'm quite adamant because I believe strongly that the board should comply with the statute, right? And you have done it once, and you've got a director's summary before you again today. The question is, should the board itself write some other summary? That's not the duty of the board, right? The question is the director's summary. Does it comply with the law? If it does, I urge you to approve it. We believe it does. Please approve.
Mr. Liedl, I actually have a couple of questions for you too.
Happy to answer them.
First of all, we've had a lot of public comment this morning.
Mhm.
The public comment that's come in is based on the fact that the petition that we're considering this morning, 100-word and form,
Mhm.
is a petition that was, in effect, the clock started on July 10th. not in June. And the reason it didn't start in June, as you recall, is because of your actions, not ours. So I'm not going to go down that road this morning, but I want to point that out. The other one, though, that I take issue with the shiny object. And here's why. And it's, your words are okay, but here's the issue. In your petition, you've identified individuals and joint filers, right?
Correct. That's how the current
But
individual
that's
income
okay.
tax
So
is
you're
structured.
You're indicating individuals and joint filers.
Correct.
That's kind of a cardboard cutout for a whole lot of people.
Mhm.
But the testimony that we've heard this morning, the information we've heard this morning is that 2/3 of those individuals are small business owners.
Right. Well, again, I'll use shiny objects
Well,
again.
but wait a sec. So
They
it's not a
cite
shiny-
data,
it's- but
federal tax data,
it's
not
not-
state tax data.
It's not a shiny object.
It
These are
is if
real-
it's not accurate data.
Not a shiny object. These are real people. These are real people who are writing checks every year to the state.
Absolutely.
Those aren't shiny objects. Those are voters.
I didn't say they were. I said they're arguments. They're throwing arguments that are shiny
No,
objects
no, no,
intended
no.
to distract you from the statutory duty that you have. And again, they're citing tax data. You mentioned the data. It's not state tax data. They indicated it was federal tax data. The state has a different tax base, right? And again, there are small businesses that do not pay the individual income tax on their business income. They're organized as corporations and they pay the 6% corporate tax rate under the Income Tax Act.
The impact of this on small business and the impact of this and the argument with the legislature, I'm looking at item C up here where it says to be worded as to apprise the petition signers of the subject matter of the proposed amendment.
Right.
This to me comes under the subject matter.
I don't believe the definition of subject matter includes impact, because you just indicated it should reflect the impact on small business, right? And again,
I'm reflecting on the identity of who's going to pay the tax.
well,
They're not an individual. They're
you have a tax form, your Michigan State Income Tax Form, right? At the beginning, you indicate the name of the taxpayer. Is the name of the taxpayer the small business, the large business, the medium business, or the individual?
No, that probably doesn't work with that argument.
Why does the Citizens Research Council of Michigan that analyzes this tax define Part 1 of the Michigan income tax as the individual income tax? And the Citizens Research Council define the tax on corporations and for their business income as the corporate income tax under Part 2 of the Income Tax Act. This is not a proposal to amend that tax. This is a proposal to amend a separate new income tax. And for those reasons, you can't just mash the two together.
This is adding a new bracket, per your own words, by the way. Again, on your website, you had two things that have now been removed. One was tax the rich, which that's really not what's happening here.
Not my
And number
website,
two,
not my
well, but
words.
it's the website of your client. It's the website of your petitioner. So the issue is it does touch you because you're representing them.
Again, the
So
purpose
the
of
other
your
one you had
summary
up
is
there
not to
was that
summarize the
on your own-
website.
On your own website.
It's
it
to
says-
summarize
on your
the
own website,
proposed
it says
constitutional
create a new
amendment.
tax bracket. That's an
Under
income
the
tax
earlier
bracket.
version of the website indicating an earlier proposal. As you already indicated, that proposal was withdrawn and a new proposal was submitted. The website now reflects the current proposal before the board. And again, the purpose of this activity today is not to summarize the content of someone's website. And my point is not that the arguments shouldn't be, my argument is that these arguments should not be included in the summary. They are perfectly
That is
free.
priceless.
Correct.
You're saying that you remove the words new tax bracket, remove the words tax to rich based on the fact that it's a different petition. However, you argued last time we were here that the only difference in the petition was the word public.
No, I indicated that there was an additional provision. You can go back and look at the memo submitted. There were two changes in the proposal. And again, the issue is not the prior proposal. The issue is the proposed constitutional amendment before you, which is not an initiation of legislation to amend the existing income tax, to graduate it and add a bracket, right? It uses the word surcharge, which is defined to mean an additional tax. It's a separate additional tax. The words of the proposal itself are clear. This is in addition to any other taxes on income, right? It can't be the income tax. And so if folks wanted a proposal to graduate the existing income tax or to add an additional bracket or to change the rate, the vehicle to amend the existing Income Tax Act of 1967 is an initiative to initiate legislation. That is not before you today. We are not amending the Income Tax Act. We are proposing an amendment to the Constitution, which does not alter or affect the rates or brackets or any way graduate the rate under the income tax. It is clear to the voters that it proposes a separate additional tax surcharge under a different law, not the same tax, that is in addition to, separate from, and at a different rate, only for that income.
Your wording seems to be the bright, shiny object. You have an income tax that you don't want to call an income tax.
No, we clearly call it an income tax. We say that's in addition to other income taxes. We're not hiding from it. We support a proposal that calls it a tax. The words used in the proposal is a surcharge because that's exactly what it is. It's an additional tax in addition to the current individual income tax imposed by Michigan law under the income tax of 1967.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Liedl? No. Thank you for your time, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan Ziegler from the law firm Dickinson Wright here on behalf of the Coalition to Stop the Business and Family Tax Hike. I want to be as helpful to the board as I can, so I want to start with two questions that board members have raised. The first was by Madam Vice Chair Gurwitz, talking about how this exact language was approved at the June 27 meeting. And to that point, I just want to add that at that meeting, as this board has gone through many times, it was extraordinarily rushed. And one of the things that was not able to come out in that meeting was all of the wonderful public comment from both sides that we've received today. And that public comment is why this meeting is happening, so that this board can take a hard second look at the 100-word summary that it approved last time. So I don't think the fact that the board in a rush and without public comment approved it last time ought to change what the board should do today. The second point I want to go to is to a question that Commissioner Cordes asked, which was about the use of the word including and exclusively and how this money is going to be spent. In 2014, the Supreme Court unanimously held in a case called NACG Lansing v. Department of Treasury, that's Cite 495 Mich. 26, quote, "As we have stated previously, including is a term of enlargement, not limitation," closed quote. The word including is not a term that limits how this money can be spent. This money can be spent in the ways that the Constitution already allows it to be spent, which is supporting local classrooms or funding teachers' employee retirement funds. That language should be included because that's how the legislature is going to define how this money is going to be spent. All of the language after the word exclusively in the proposed 100-word summary are basically empty terms. They're how the money could be spent, but it's not how the legislature is going to spend the money, or it could be. But the fact is, you can't tell voters under a true impartial summary that this is absolutely how money will be spent when it's not how the money will be spent. Finally, I just want to echo many of the comments that this is a graduated tax. And it's a pretty simple graduated tax. It actually mirrors almost exactly how the federal taxation system is set up, except that the graduation comes from two different sources of law. Federal law lays out a graduated income tax bracket, and it's all laid out in statutes. This is a graduated income tax where part of the tax comes from Michigan tax law, and part of it comes from the Constitution, but that doesn't change the fact that it's graduated. The fact that it's coming from two different sources, the effect is still it's graduated and it's an income tax. Finally, it is going to be a top line rate of 9.25%, and that ought to be mentioned to voters because when we talk tax policy as everyone is familiar, the top line rate is what's most important to people. And then the rate falls down for people going lower. So with that, I would like to make myself available should the board have any questions.
We have questions. Ms. Cummings.
Yeah, good morning. So I noticed, I'm looking at page 4 of the letter. And you have a proposed alternative 100-word summary. And you do not bring up the fact of this affecting small business owners. And I just wondered, do you agree that this is an issue? And if so, why you aren't including it?
I agree it should include small businesses. That's an oversight on my part. I had not heard this wonderful testimony or the fact that apparently two-thirds of the people that would be paying this tax, of the individuals, are small businesses. And I think that matters immensely. This board has always looked at who is going to be affected by the amendment when it proposes the 100-word summary. Who is going to be affected is, by majority, small businesses. So I completely support inclusion of a mention of small businesses.
So not your 100-word summary.
I would happily amend my 100-word summary to add that in.
Thank you.
Now, you said that we're here to take a hard second look because we didn't listen to everyone the last time. I don't think that's accurate. My understanding is that the board decided, because there was a very small change in the petition on June 17th, which differed minimally from what had been earlier proposed and circulated for comment. We decided after the meeting at some time after the meeting on the 27th, that it was necessary to circulate the petition again. We did not have comments on the first petition on June 27th, which, as I said, differed only minimally from the petition that we are considering today. We did not have comments from the Michigan Chamber of Commerce, the Lansing Regional Chamber, the Grand Rapids Chamber, et cetera, et cetera. We had comments from all of those entities today, which they could easily have made in response to the proposal that we were considering on June 27th. There was, as I noted, a small change in the proposal, but none of the comments that have been submitted today address the change in the proposal, which necessitated the recirculation and additional comment period. Not a word in any of the submissions from all of these business entities and in the hundreds and hundreds of comments that came in, many of which were, of course, repetitive. But, and I don't see anything in the letter from Mr. Spies, your partner, that addresses that minimal change in the proposal. So we considered the comments that were made to us in writing and in oral, in argument on June 27th, and came up with a proposal with an agreed upon summary, which is the same summary that the director has proposed today. And I don't think we are here, as you suggest, to take a hard second look. We took a look.
Well, Madam Vice Chair, as you know, my client sent a demand letter to the board, and one of the issues raised was that this board violated the Open Meetings Act by not accepting public comment. So there was no public comment at the last meeting. Members of the various chambers were not able to come. This board chose to choose one of the errors, Mr. Liddell's error, to reverse its approval on. But there were other errors which infected this board's approval. And even if this board's approval considered all of the evidence, which I do not believe it did, why wouldn't the board consider today all of the comments of the small business community? Why would the board say it's too late?
That they had every opportunity to bring those comments to us on June 27th. They were not denied that opportunity. They didn't make them. We have got a stack of submissions, which I went through very carefully. Those were not And they did not, as I said, address the minimal change. They addressed the whole merits of the proposal, which they were not denied the opportunity to do previously, and which they chose, for whatever reason, not to address previously.
I mean,
We need to hear
respectfully,
from
I
them.
disagree.
We didn't get a pile of, let me talk about this from Michigan Chamber or any of these other small business entities. And I'm not suggesting that they don't have something to say. I'm just saying they didn't say it on June 27th when this was brought to us before and when they had every opportunity to do so. So
I respectfully disagree. I do believe the board, I mean, but that's behind us. And I guess what's looking forward is, while I do think the board should have considered public comment, and it did not at June 27, it has public comment today. And it has a 100-word summary that was done in slightly over an hour, where often this board has taken 5 hours to do a 100-word summary. So even setting aside the issues of public comment, this board acted in extreme haste. Why wouldn't the board today slow down?
I don't agree with that characterization, but I think we worked very hard on it. We do 100.
Did work very hard.
I don't need you to.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't need that. But I mean, I'm just saying I don't need bouquets from you. What I'm saying is that sometimes we do 100-word summary in an hour. We've done that before. So any suggestion that this was rushed through or wasn't done properly is incorrect, and it's insulting. So I've heard that here today, and I've heard it a number of times. This forum is not to be used as we're going to try to get a second bite at the apple. We looked at everything. I looked at everything that came in that day. We did not say there couldn't be public comment. I understand there may have been one person who did not get to speak. We looked through everything. Okay, that's not true. Okay, we'll have the board clarify. So I do want to piggyback on what Madam Gerwitz said, that it was a very hard decision for me to vote to rescind my approval. It was very hard, but I did it based on what I thought was right and wrong, and that was Mr. Liedl making a change that we had no idea about, and I'm not placing blame on anybody, but then to read everybody's responses and comment this week for this meeting, no one brought that up. So to me, it felt like there could be deceit on another side here too. If we're going to use the fact of getting a second bite at the apple to get more people to show up a second time, everyone had the same amount of time to come and give their, and I don't mean to preach at you. It's all the comments that I read thanking us. Mr. Bolger, for instance, thanked us for rejecting the proponent's attempted slight at hand. And that was hard for us, but then to not bring up what the attempted sleight of hand was. No one raised it. So I still don't understand what the issue was with that minor change. So back to your getting a second bite at the apple, that is not what we're here for today.
Well, Commissioner, I guess 2 points. One is, I think the record shows multiple times that the board stated it was rushed, and there were members of the Senate staff standing in the room by the
I never stated I was
end.
rushed, so thank
There
you.
were all right.
It doesn't matter. I was not rushed. I take
And
this
I
job
guess the
very seriously. Okay.
The transcript will speak for itself. But then to the second point
I
is
didn't
this,
say I was rushed. What transcript? When did I say that?
I guess the second point I would respond to is going to the second bite at the apple, which is this is a new proposal. And I understand that many of the comments don't address the specific changes that were made from the first to the second proposal, but now eyes are on this board
No one
and
brought
this
up,
petition
there's no new argument.
because
There's no new argument
at the
today.
last board meeting, the Board of State Canvassers did something which I don't think it's ever done before.
Never.
Which
And
is
it was
with
a hard decision. And
it withdrew a
being-
petition, so now it's natural that eyes
It's not
are
natural.
on this.
It was a very hard decision, and I'm new on the board, and it felt, to know that it's the first time it happened, felt a very heavy decision. Then to come here today or last week and start reading all these comments and not see one thing about the reason that I took away my approval was very frustrating. And I still don't understand. None of the arguments that we've heard today are new. I contemplated all of these arguments when I approved the 100-word summary. So that is what I'm saying to you, and maybe think about not accusing some of us on the board for rushing through this. Thank you.
Mr. Cordes, if you have any questions for Mr. Ziegler.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Yes.
Can I jump in and just clarify one thing? As
Absolutely.
far as, I just want to be crystal clear with the public comment on this petition on June 27th. So, and I believe I said this at the last meeting as well, but I just want to make sure that it is clear. So at the June 27th meeting, in regards to this petition, in addition to the attorneys that did speak on the issue, there were 3 individuals who wanted to speak on Invest in My Kids as well. All 3 of those individuals withdrew their request to speak. So everybody at the June 27th meeting that was remaining that wanted to speak was able to speak on the issue. So I just want to make that clear for the record, that there were no individuals that were denied public comment for this issue.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Doster.
Is this the same thing that we've already got?
Yeah.
Okay. I have it, okay? No, and I, it's not that I rejected, now I have it here in front of me. And I read it, and I'm just, can you just tell me if what you're giving us here is the same thing that you have on the petition letter that you earlier submitted? So this is different.
This is what I'm giving you right now. Different.
Okay, all right.
I object to the board's consideration of any materials presented in violation of your rules, which require that any written materials presented to the board be submitted at least 48 hours.
Did we not have an understanding that if someone brought something to the meeting and handed it out to us?
That is correct. If it's been provided to us, the administrative rules do require that materials be provided 48 hours before the board meeting. So in the instances where, like, if it was submitted and it's a printed copy of what's already been submitted, that's fine. In the instance where the rules say 48 hours and we're getting it for the first time at the meeting, I think that might be another question. But to the extent that, like, just to be clear, like, it doesn't prohibit people from speaking as well. Like, somebody can come and testify. They're still allowed to, like, speak about things as well. I don't know if that answers your question at all.
The submission to the board of written materials for its consideration in violation of the rule.
Okay, Mr. Lidl, let me.
Exception to the rule, and we complied with your rule.
Mr. Lidl, let me ask you a question. I have 2 pieces of paper. I have a multiple page document and I have a 100-word summary. Which one of these or both are you objecting to?
It appears that the,
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so, so let me deal with that a second, would you?
Sure,
Okay.
thank you.
So would you board members please hand me your 100-word summaries that you were just given? You guys can keep yours. Can I have yours? Okay. You, I trust, still have your 100-word summary, this copy?
Yes.
Are you going to read it to us?
Do I'm trying to
you're-
make it easier for
But
you.
go ahead.
But wait, hold on. That is not a violation of your rule. You're always, that's always been allowed to present material at meetings. I mean, I didn't object when he brought up his board. I mean, he can bring anything he
wait a second.
wants.
If you read this as part of your 5 minutes here, and then you come back up here and hand out this as a handout, following what your verbal statement was, does that work for you? That's not a submission at that point.
Jack, the rule is new. Your doctor and others, including myself, may have provided information to the board less than 48 hours in advance in written form. That is no longer permitted under your rules. There's no exception. There's no waiver process. You are bound to follow the administrative rules you as a board has promulgated. I have no objection to Mr. Doska's testimony. I have no objection to the board considering written information.
I understand your objection.
It is if the board is.
Mr. Lidl, I understand what you're saying. Mr. Doster, if you would read us your 100-word, and then if you have a written,
I would like to make one comment, however. We, in the materials that we received from the Bureau, which we received on Monday.
Right.
Which was the 28th, right?
Correct.
We were given letters which were sent to the director dated the 21st of July. There was a letter from Mr. Lidl dated the 21st of July, a letter from you, a letter from Mr. Spees. We then got more than 48 hours before an additional letter from Mr. Lidl, which did comply with the rule that we have adopted, that additional material had to be submitted 48 hours before. And you did not submit an addition, you could have, but you didn't submit an additional response, which Mr. Lidl did. Isn't that true?
That is correct, but this board, even after the promulgation of this rule, has always accepted. I've been here for I don't know how many meetings since that rule was adopted, and have provided materials, none before that have been objected to by Mr. Lidl or other counsel until just this moment. This is ridiculous. All I'm trying to do is make it clear for the board what I'm suggesting.
Mr. Duster, you're fine with these. All I'm doing is following through on a timing issue here. Your intention, if I'm understanding you correctly, was you were going to read this anyway.
Yeah.
So if you read this and you read this, and when you read it, after you read it, I'm assuming that these are examples samples to go along with what you read.
Yes. That's all. I'm just trying to make it clear for the board and for the director. That's all.
You're not making a new submission. You're just simply.
No, I'm just trying to make it, to expedite the process and make it clear, unlike the present language before this board.
Mr. Lidl, if you were going to give us a rendition of something and you handed out a document to go with what you were talking about, is that?
Yes, any submission of written materials to the board less than 48 hours violates the administrative rule the board's promulgated. You might want the rule to read differently. You might want the rule to authorize you to waive the rule. It doesn't, right? That's the administrative rule. State law requires that you follow.
We have discussed that when we put that rule in place, that material handed out here that was in support of what the speaker was speaking to was still allowed. I remember that because I raised that question, and that was understood when we put the rule in place. Is that correct? If someone comes in here.
It's not, it doesn't matter what folks thought.
This is the same kind.
What would prevent me from asking, is a submission different if I were to request a copy of what he's?
Yes, no, the board may not accept. You individually, as an individual person, might request something, but the board as a body has promulgated rules that it will not consider written information submitted less than 48 hours to the board. I complied with the rule.
That also applies to public comment, I might add, and I am not in public comment at this point. I'm on item 3, not item 1.
There
is a distinction.
Speaks to written materials submitted to the board. Board may not consider.
Mr. Lidl, noted. You're noted. Okay, hang on. We, Mr. Perkasi, help me out here. We discussed this when we put the rule in place, and we agreed that if there were materials that came in here that were printed out, that were, that we allowed people speaking to this board to be able to hand the board written materials. I'm trying to pick my words very carefully here, but we've consistently done that even after the rule. We have allowed people to come up here and give us diagrams. We've allowed the people to come up here and give us pictures and summaries that go along with what they're speaking to us about. Is that not the case?
So I think if I'm remembering correctly, so I'm going to also try to clarify and be as precise as possible. So the rule does have that 48-hour window that prohibits the board from considering anything after the 48 hours, but it does not prohibit people from speaking during public comment.
Correct.
If people are speaking during public comment and are saying something and are like, I'll use this specifically, reading the 100-word summary, that's fine. They're not prohibited from doing it. Because that's part of the testimony. That would count against the time that they're speaking.
And so would any written material that they present us that is part of their testimony is supportive of that testimony, we should be able to receive that. That was the argument we made before.
As long as it's not different.
As long as it's not different.
If it's something that's new, that's being submitted, that was not submitted prior and is not being verbatim in that public comment, then that would be considered a new submission under the rules, I believe.
So if Mr. Doster was not going to speak to this, then that would be a violation of the rule.
I would say that would be something separate that we should have gotten. That would have been, what day is it today? Thursday, the Tuesday.
But the fact that he printed these so that he could speak it and we could follow along is fair game. That's part of his testimony. Is that correct?
As long as it is verbatim in the testimony.
You okay with that?
Sure.
You must be okay with that.
I'm just trying to be clear for the board.
I understand.
Can I make just one other request?
Yes.
We have a court reporter that is trying to take very detailed notes of this. It's very difficult for her to take an accurate record if everybody's speaking over top of each other. So if I could request on behalf of the court reporter that only one person speak at a time, I would greatly appreciate it.
Very well noted. We will follow through with that. Mr. Doster, I'm taking this as the written version of what you're speaking in your testimony, and please go ahead and your 5 minutes will start.
Thank you, members of the board. Eric Doster on behalf of Small Business for a Better Michigan. The proposed constitutional amendment before this board seeks to create a new graduated income tax with a new tax bracket with a combined rate of 9.25%. I only have 5 suggested but necessary edits to the summary before you, and they are reflected on this handout. So I will briefly address each one in order. The first one, after the word 5%, added the words graduated income. First, this is a graduated income tax. According to the Michigan Supreme Court, and I quote, "A graduated income tax is generally understood to be a tax on income that imposes a proportionately greater tax burden on the earnings of higher income taxpayers than on that of lower income taxpayers," end of quote. The Invest in My Kids proposal imposes a proportionately greater burden on the earnings of higher income taxpayers than on that of low income taxpayers. This is a graduated income tax. Second, this proposed tax has a disproportionate effect on small businesses for individuals taxed at the individual rates by a factor of 3 to 1. And you've heard a lot of testimony, and so what I'm getting at here is the second change, which I will read into the record. After the word filers, add in including small business earnings taxed at the individual level. And you've heard an awful lot of testimony here about that this affects that this proposed tax affects small businesses by a factor of 3 to 1, setting forth on it, the statistics which are from federal data using Michigan taxpayers, by the way, demonstrate, and you've heard that multiple times today in testimony before this board, that small businesses are affected by this proposed tax by a factor of 3 to 1, a margin of 3 to 1. Voters must be made aware that the proposal would disproportionately affect small businesses by this margin of 3 to 1. Such a glaring omission fails to, maybe I'll bring Mr. Lidl's board up here, apprise the petition signers of the subject matter of the proposed amendment, which would be in violation of 482B if you fail to add something like this. And to be impartial, we must show that the faces of those who are going to be most affected by this proposal, we have to show the faces, and that is the face of small business. The third suggested change, and that is after the word income taxes, creating a new tax bracket with a combined rate of 9.25% as of July 31, 2025. That's what this proposal seeks to create. And in fact, Invest in My Kids candidly admits that their proposed tax is a graduated income tax to, quote, create a new tax bracket, end of quotes, in their own materials and website. According to Invest in My Kids, and again, I'm referring to attachment 1 of my public comment, they ask a question, why don't you do this through the legislature? And their response is, quote, the Michigan State Constitution currently prohibits the use of tax brackets which 27 states, the District of Columbia, and the federal government use. In order to create a new tax bracket, we have to amend the state constitution, end of quote. The other document on attachment 1, again, these are Invest in My Kids documents, not mine, is a screenshot from their website. Both documents in attachment 1 clearly indicate that the proposal creates, quote, creates a new tax bracket, end of quotes, with a combined income tax rate of 9.25%. If this board fails to add the phrase, quote, creating a new tax bracket with a combined income tax rate of 9.25%, then the casual or common reader of this petition will more likely conclude that this new tax is only 5% in total. Why wouldn't we just be clear here what we're talking about? If Invest in My Kids is able to use such clear descriptions to apprise its own supporters of the subject matter of this proposal, why would the Board of State Canvassers settle for less than clear language and confusing language? The fourth recommended change, and that is to take out these examples after the word school district classrooms. And I just do a strike from career through teachers. So I won't read that. But according to the, and this is necessary because adding these examples misreads the Invest in My Kids proposal. According to the actual Invest in My Kids proposal, the only binding expenditure limitation, may I continue, Mr. Chair? Mr. Lidl got a half hour. Okay. The only binding, I'm on fourth. I only have one more after this. The only binding expenditure limitation is to, quote, support classrooms in local school districts, including funding for career and technical education, attracting and retaining high-quality education, and reducing class sizes. The use of the word including here necessarily means that the examples offered by Invest in My Kids are examples only. And in our public comments we filed last week, then again you have before the board today, we cited the dictionary, we cited the United States Supreme Court, and we cited Sutherland's treatise on statutory construction that the use of the word including represents an example only, it's not a term of limitation. Now today at the hearing I heard Mr. Lidl talk about this 1996 Michigan Supreme Court case, and there are cases. You know, Mr. Ziegler mentioned a case. There are cases out there where the use of the word including has been found to be a term of limitation. But this is only, as Mr. Lidl admitted in his own comments, after the court looked at the rest of the statute or used legislative history of the statute to arrive at this outlier result. The general rule in Michigan and elsewhere And the situation posed by the Invest in My Kids proposal is that these are examples only. Therefore, using selected examples, even those that appear as examples in the proposal itself, epitomizes the very definition of misleading and prejudicial. Fifth and finally, I would ask that this board consider adding at the very end in laws passed by the state legislature. And that's to reflect what this proposal really is asking for. It's misleading to omit this phrase. And in fact, this phrase was initially included in the deputy director's proposed language on June 23. However, for some unknown reason, it was omitted. It's imperative that this phrase be returned to the Invest in My Kids petition summary for many of the reasons that you heard already in public comment today. Under the Invest in My Kids proposal, the only guarantee is that the funds will be deposited in the school aid fund. Everything else is going to be up to the discretion of the legislature. These are the 5 suggestions here. And earlier today, this board has been presented with testimony on each of these 5 recommended changes. Each of these 5 recommended changes fulfills this board's statutory duty to apprise the petition signers of the subject matter of the proposed amendment. These 5 recommended changes are clearly written using words that have a common everyday meaning to the general public, and none of these 5 recommended changes contains any pejorative language or use language that creates prejudice for or against the proposed amendment. So with that, I thank you for your comments, or thank you for your consideration of our comments today, and delighted to take any questions this board may have.
Cordes, have you any questions? I do not. Ms. Cummings, any questions? You don't either?
If I might respond to 2 arguments that Mr. Liedl.
Respond to questions that we haven't raised.
Well, that's okay. If you don't want me to, I won't. But I wanted, Mr. Liedl brought up this 2004 case, which is actually by sheer coincidence, it was my case back in 2004. And the circumstances there, as I think Ms. Gerwitz kind of alluded to, not only was that in the ballot question context, but also it has totally nothing to do with what we're dealing with today. I mean, Mr. Liedl is suggesting by bringing up this board, that board there, and saying, well, the directors comply with the statute, and I heard him specifically say that you must approve that language. So why are we even bothering? Okay, but why are we here? Why do we have public comment? But that's not what that 2004 case stood for. That was my case. I was the one. I brought in a situation, which Mr. Liedl didn't mention these facts, that we had the signatures, we had the form approved by the board, but the board didn't approve it for the ballot because 2 of the board members said it was unconstitutional. And the Court of Appeals said, no, you can't. That's outside the board's authority to determine whether something's, constitutional or unconstitutional, good policy, bad policy, that sort of thing. So therefore, they then defaulted to the director's language at that point. So that was the issue in that case. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that out, that's a more accurate recitation of the facts of that case. It was mine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before we go on, just a question for you folks on the board. You guys need to take a break. Would a 5 or 10 minute break help?
Yeah, is it here? Well, FYI, we did get lunch, so it's.
You did?
I think we're gonna need a lunch break, I'm guessing, so.
Would we maybe take a lunch break now?
Whatever the board wants to do, but I'm assuming we're gonna need some more time to finish the entire meeting. So whatever the board prefers, we could either take a brief break now, come back, and then take a lunch break, or we could take a lunch break soon. Whatever the board wants to do.
To you, ladies.
We can do a lunch break.
The lunch break now? Oh, it's not here. All right, so let's do this. Can we work up until 12:30 and then take the lunch break? We won't have to take a break then now?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Okay.
Director Brader, are you okay with it? All right, so we're going to go until 12:30 and then we'll break for lunch. So we've heard from council. We've heard all of the public comments. I would ask, Director Brader, would you read and comment on the 100-word summary that you've prepared?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. And I will just also take this opportunity to thank Adam and the rest of the team for their great work while I was out. Not expect 6 petitions to drop in that window, and it was admirable effort. So as has been noted, the summary that I'm proposing is the same as the summary that the board approved at the previous meeting. The change of the language to the petition, I think, has been well discussed. I'm not going to go over all that again. The only thing I will note is that the actual words in the substance of the petition that were changed, I did not think were relevant to this specific summary, and as noted, it wasn't really the subject of the public comment either. So this summary reflects what the board already approved. As was also noted, there is not some magic set of words between 1 and 100 are the only words that meet the statutory definition. I do my best to provide what I think is a definition that meets the standard, but I'm of course willing to change that and make new proposals based on what the board wants to respond to. The summary that I presented today is constitutional amendment to add beginning in 2027 an additional 5% tax on annual taxable income over 1 million for joint filers and over 500,000 for single filers. This tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and is to be deposited into the state school aid fund and required to be used exclusively on local school district classrooms, career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and retaining teachers, and subject funds to annual audits. That's 73 words. I think a few of the issues that were raised had to do with whether to mention graduated income tax, whether to mention tax brackets, how to characterize the way that the 5% additional tax would combine with existing income tax for those that have to pay it, the issue of whether to expressly mention the fact that this would include business income for some business entities, and then the other, I think, other 2 main issues were sort of how to deal with the language about how it can be exclusively used or only used for classrooms, and how to describe the language that follows classrooms, whether to use the word including or whether to change that. There was some disagreement about that. And then there was also mention of the legislature's authority with respect to the funding, which I think overlaps somewhat, perhaps, with a question about exclusively or including. Again, if the board wants to look at different ways to word that, we can certainly talk about that. It's correct that the originally presented version from Deputy Director Fracassi did mention the legislator's authority. That language has been included in other proposals. So I would certainly be open to that. I think that it would be helpful for me to hear a bit more about the board's interest and comfort level with how the tax itself can accurately be described. I think the question about graduated, whether it's a graduated income tax and how this operates with the existing graduated income tax is certainly interesting. I'm not sure that I ultimately think it's relevant to whether the word graduated should include, because I'm not sure that the word graduated is really common language that most people understand. I think that it's important to explain how much more tax people will need to pay based on how much income they have. I think this does that, but certainly there's different ways to describe how the 5% additional tax will operate with the existing 4.25% income tax. I do think one thing that I think we do need to be careful about is language that suggests that this would repeal the prohibition on graduate income tax, I think is problematic, because if this were to go in the Constitution, there certainly would be people who are making more money who are paying a higher tax. So certainly that could be described as a new tax bracket. However, I don't read this as authorizing the creation of additional tax brackets or additional graduated income tax. So I think it's important that the summary not suggest that this would give the legislature power to create additional tax brackets. I think that's important. I'm definitely interested to hear the board members' view on the description of income, whether it be business income or other income. I do think that's certainly a complicated question, and it does depend on the type of business. Right now, I think the language is accurate because it's not limiting the type of income. So it doesn't say, it doesn't say income, employment income or any other sort of specific type of income. So it does leave it to the reader to understand that income can come from multiple sources, which could include business. But certainly, open to discussion about that if the board thinks that it would be more clear. So those, I think, are kind of the main issues and what we have laid out here, depending on what the board is comfortable with.
Thank you. Questions for Director Brighter? Ms. Cummings? Mr. Cordes?
I don't have questions.
Vice Chair?
No.
All right. So we're at that point where we can discuss this amongst each other. Before we start that discussion, Ms. Cummings, I'd like to just address to you one that I think you brought up earlier. And if my voice isn't, you guys have trouble hearing me, don't you? Yeah, you know what? It's allergies. Forgive me. Ms. Cummings, you raised a really important issue about the second bite at the apple and how we had 100-word summary approved on the 27th. And now we're here today looking at, in effect, reviewing a new 100-word summary. And you made an important comment. You said that when you voted to rescind the previous 100-word summary, you did that with a great deal of gravity.
I did.
And by the way, that's what I want to talk about. You did that with gravity. Vice Chair Gurwitz did that with a great deal of gravity. I'm sorry. Should I close? You weren't here. That's right. You were gone.
That's why the gravity.
It's your presence. I'm sorry. You were here with and Mr. Cordes, you had a great deal of gravity. No one took that lightly. And it was necessary. We all know that. This particular meeting that we're having today, though, about this 100-word summary, I would argue that it was Mr. Liedl that opened up putting this petition back out for public comment. And so I find it a little bit disingenuous that given your actions, now we have a room full of people. Why didn't we have a room full of people on the 27th? I can't answer that. We were clear. We withdrew. We were submitting a new. We said that 4 times.
This is the issue I have, and I'm glad you brought it up because I agree. I don't think it was what Mr. Liedl did after we've received all the information. And what is bothering me now and what I'm concerned about setting precedent on for us is I took everyone very seriously about the letters, especially Mr. Ziegler saying there were these problems at the meeting. And I took that seriously, and that's why I agreed to
I
rescind.
remember that conversation.
No one has talked about the problems. There were no one was denied a right to speak. We know that. The issue with the being public school taken out, no one has talked about that being an issue. So I have seen nothing new here today. And everything I read from beginning to end of all the letters from every municipal group and business group, and I am a small business owner as well, so I think about this very seriously. Nothing has changed my mind as to our 100-word essay.
Yeah, and I guess I look at it differently. I look at it that this has gone out now for public comment
It
through,
had before.
it had before. I can't explain why this room didn't have all these folks in it. I don't need to explain that. All I need to look at is the fact that on the 10th of July, we put this back out for public comment. And in response to that, submitting it for public comment, we have received significant public comment on both sides of the aisle. Just so everybody's clear on that, this is not all a one-sided piece here. Mr. Prakazi, we had 213 emails, I believe, that were in support of the petition. So, I mean, we've received a lot of new emails since the 10th of July. And we've had a lot of emails that have come in opposition to. And we've had letters from organizations that have come in opposition to. And we've heard testimony this morning. So I guess where I'd like to get to, though, is the fact that regardless of how we got here, we've opened it up and we've invited people to make public comment and this to have. And so now I believe we have an enormous obligation to consider that public comment.
I don't think anything said today was not considered before. And my concern too is so if people aren't happy with the 100-word essay, then they gather support behind it to show up. So it is important to me why. I mean, you're saying you don't have to explain. I haven't asked you to explain, but it's very important to me if a particular, everything is so, Republican versus Democrat now, which I don't support. But if a group is not happy, then they gather support and say, we're gonna, send all these letters. They had every chance to do it before. And I agree, we don't know why, and I don't have to know why, but they had every chance. No one was denied, a due process in this.
But I'm hearing things this morning that I didn't hear before.
I'm not. I mean,
You're
the
not?
big issues, no, I'm not. The main issues, yes, of course, I didn't hear half these people speak for sure. But the big issues of the graduated tax, we've talked about small business owners being hit. And let's be honest, no matter if that's in here or not, that's going to be what's campaigned. I mean, it doesn't, whether we put it in or not, that will be one of the issues if this makes it to the ballot. I contemplated, those were the main things we contemplated when we talked about the 100.
And we had issues with them then. We just didn't have the public support
We
or the public
certainly-
comment to say that either way. And that was mentioned.
Sure, but I mean, every time we act, it's on behalf of the public.
Let me say that the petition talks about a surcharge. We talked extensively about what that meant. There was a lot of discussion about graduated tax. And we decided that the way to phrase it was an additional 5% tax. Why? What has changed? Nothing. Nothing is different about, and we gave every consideration to arguments that were made at that time by Mr. Doster, by Andrea Hansen from Honigman. So we considered that. I don't quite frankly recall an extensive discussion about small business income, but we considered we went on, and you asked many questions about the purposes to which this income could be, for which that income could be used. So this is nothing new. And it was I was not able to attend the meeting on July 10th when, because of an argument made by Mr. Spies, the board reconsidered and said that the petition which the board considered on June 27th was not the June 17th petition, but the earlier one. And that was, I think, the Bureau's mistake, quite frankly, because the Bureau and perhaps the board, but I'm not going to blame Mr. Liedl, that we had that there was a minor change, and that minor change ultimately led the board to the conclusion that there should be a renotice. But so the implication being the earlier petition, which people were asked to comment on, did not it included something which it now excludes, the word public. So it was it would have been my anticipation that we don't look at the whole thing all over again, but that people have the opportunity to address the slightly different wording. And how did that change what anyone would comment about? And none of the hundreds of comments that have come in, and none of the statements from all of the business entities address that minor reason for which we required the recirculation of the petition. So I personally see no reason why we should change the summary, which we concluded was the appropriate summary on June 27th.
Mr. Cordes, would you like to weigh in?
I do. I voted no because I did not believe that it was true and impartial, and my same concerns remain. And I remember speaking to this at the meeting, which is I believed that it was the goal of maybe not the goal, but that there was an effort at deception in terms of how this was addressed. We have two ways of explaining this 5% graduated income tax on annual taxable income. We can say 5% tax, the 5% tax on annual income, say that. Or we could call it the 9.25%. I don't think it is, I believe that according to that statute right over there, that creates prejudice. Using the 5% creates a prejudice for the pro of the invest my kids. And I don't think that the 5% is more clear. The 9.25 is much more clear. And I believe that being upfront about that with signers is a far more impartial way of explaining what it is. And I said that at the time that I took my no vote. I also believe that calling it a graduated income tax is almost common sense, because that's exactly what it is. It's a graduated income tax, multiple tax brackets. Just be upfront about what it is. And then our final, if you recall, the final back and forth between the lawyers was a very consistent fight over whether or not the
Money would actually be spent for what it was.
the language was referring to the broader clause of support classrooms and local school districts, what was before including. And that's exactly what it is. Now, could we get rid of those things? And yes, just put in there that that's up to the state legislature. Yes, that's exactly what is going to happen. The state legislature is going to determine what a local school district classroom is, and they are going to be in charge of dispersing those funds. That is true. It is impartial. And frankly, I don't know how that would create any sort of prejudicial issues with either side, because it is simply what is going to happen. The funds will be used exclusively on local school district classrooms. That is subject to the laws of the state legislature. And like I said, I do believe that Mr. Frakazi's original version stated that as well. So I simply, even if we were going to ignore everything that's happened over the past couple of months, those were my concerns at the time. They remain my concerns today. I would not be in favor, just as I was not in June, of passing this 100-word summary. I don't believe it's true and impartial, and I absolutely believe that it is prejudicial towards those seeking to have it approved today.
me just respond to the 9.25%. Because I think that calling it a 9.25% tax is inaccurate. So unfortunately, my husband and I, okay, so we're joint filers. We don't have income in excess of $1 million. Would it were so? But, so we will pay 4.25%. We're not going to pay 9.25%. Somebody who makes more than $1 million is going to pay 5% on the excess of $1 million, but they're only going to pay 4.25% on the amount up to $1 million. So to call it 9.25% is inaccurate. And that's.
Well, and I'm not saying we say it's just a new 9.25% income tax. You know, I think there is a way to frame it so that it is saying it's a 9.25% income tax bracket beginning in 2027 for taxable income over 500,000 or for over $1 million. There's a way to frame it just as we did here. We don't just say that it's that it's 5%.
What we said was that it is an additional 5% on income, and an additional clarification, we said this tax is in addition to existing state income taxes. And so I think the clarification is there, and the word addition is there twice. This is an additional tax, which is in addition to the existing tax. So I don't think that people are going to be confused, particularly the people who make more than $1 million a year. They're going to know. So, and the people who are going to be signing this petition most likely are not people who have this income. Most likely because most people don't.
So if we were to change that, we could still come out and say, we could still bring the 4.25% and the 5% in so that people could do the math. You could still say an additional 5% graduated income tax.
No, it's not graduated. I mean, this is, you know, what is so concerning to me is that this is a discussion that we had, and we opened it up for a limited purpose to address a minimally changed petition. And I think it would be a mistake for us as a board to say, okay, so all of these people, they had the opportunity to comment upon this before. They didn't choose that opportunity. They weren't all here. They weren't sending us hundreds and hundreds of comments coming on something called, what was it called? Instant comment or something, right? But they didn't take that opportunity. They then saw what we did and they said, oh, wow, now we have a chance to go at it a second time. And I don't think that that's what we should be doing. We made a decision, and it's not easy for us to do it. We spend time with it. That was a difficult meeting on the 27th. But we made a decision, and we have nothing happened, which I think would require us to revisit it. I understand that Mr. Cortez didn't agree with it before. It was a 3-1.
And I had problems with it too, and I told you.
I know that you.
And I told you that, and part of the other challenge here that no one's brought up is the fact that while we were discussing this and not agreeing and having a considerably deep discussion, we had 4 guys from the Senate standing back there with their hands on their hips, looking at their watches. So we were out of time, and we made a decision.
When you say 4 guys from the Senate, I just want it to be clear that it's the Senate security
Oh, I'm sorry.
officers.
Yeah, these were not senators.
And not senators.
Let me be even more clear. In our meeting on the 27th that we keep referring to here, we had 3 major petitions. We started actually an hour early. We started at 9 in the morning. We took a half an hour for lunch. And we got to the point where we have to, just so you all know, we have to be out of this space at 4:30 in the afternoon. If we're not out by 4:30 in the afternoon, people start showing up and standing in the back room ready to escort us out. That's something we can't control. We were well past 4:30 when we were having this debate. As a matter of fact, we were well past 10 to 5 when we were having this debate. And we finally brought it to a point where, in frustration more than anything else, we said, we can't go any further. And we took not only one vote, we took two. I deadheaded you guys on the first one and said, well, okay, I didn't vote. I'll vote on the second. And that's in the record. We also went one step further, just so everybody's on board here. There were more items on the agenda, including an approval of form. Mr. Lidl, as you'll recall, we absolutely drew the line in the sand and said, sorry, man, got to come back next time. We couldn't do it. Those were limitations, and well, I apologize to you for the fact that you were put as third in line on that petition. By the way, if it wasn't you that was third in line, I'd be apologizing to council for one of the other two petitioners, because the same thing would have happened. We ran out of time. That's germane to what we're talking about here. So yes, we were having a huge debate. And I don't know that that debate was ever, I think to say that we all discussed this and we were all happy about it and everybody was on board is not totally the case.
I don't think we're.
You're not saying that, but I want to make that clear.
Yeah, and I don't think we're ever all going to be happy about 100-word summary.
But, you know, last year when we were considering, was it last year? When we were considering a lot of nominating petitions, we had to come back because we ran out of time. And I mean, I know we were hearing on a Friday and we did not anticipate it, but we had to come back the next Monday. And I think we are never so, we should never be so rushed for time that we don't recognize that we can come back. And we could have. But I thought we were sufficiently in agreement. And I know it was difficult. I'm not saying it wasn't, but we need to be able to make just, we need to say, okay, it's time to make a decision. And we made it and we approved a summary. And now everybody who doesn't like the summary wants, as Ms. Cummings says, they want a second bite at the apple, and I don't think we should give it to them. If somebody came and said my comments would have been different if that word public had not been excluded from the revised petition, then that we should consider. But I don't think all of the rest, which we considered before, I don't think we should. I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice to essentially let everybody come and pick apart what we already did.
And on that note, I don't want to open it up if we do, let's say, spend an hour and a half, and then we're accused of, you know, you didn't take long enough. I would not have voted yes on the 100-word summary if I wasn't completely satisfied with it.
I understand your input. We're at a bit of an impasse here. If I'm hearing both of you and I'm hearing Mr. Cordes, we have two members of this board that want to do what we believe is the duty before us and reconsider the 100-word summary. Consider a new 100-word summary. And we have two members of the board who would like to stay with what was voted here on the 27th.
I think it opens up very bad to change. There was nothing new brought.
Other than the fact that, again, I'll just come back and say, even if you ignored my 9.25%, even if you ignored the graduated part, this part is factually wrong, used exclusively on school district classrooms, career and technical education, reducing class sizes and recruiting and retaining teachers.
Okay.
That's factually wrong.
I understand.
For us to come back and make a change to something that is factually incorrect would be a responsibility of this board, not a bad precedent.
I don't agree, because we wouldn't have, we agreed to that language before. I know your opinion for sure. I get it. I mean, what I anticipated happening today was going to be another 3-1 vote. That's,
And I would also say to you too, that to be really crystal clear, the comments that we heard this morning, were enlightening. The comments that we heard this morning shed new information. The comments that we heard this morning brought clarity and brought things that should be considered. Whether they were here before or whether they weren't, that's a technicality at this point. This was put back out for public comment. We did that.
Mhm.
We're the ones that invited all these folks here.
for sure. And I'm saying nothing that was said was new to me. I mean, of course, the examples were new, but the big issues of whether to use graduated, whether to say it's a tax or well, we've taken that out. Whether it affects small businesses, we thought about all that. And what Board Member Cordes is saying, nothing new came to light between when we agreed to the language that he's saying is false to today. Nothing new came to light. So I can't, that's where I feel like I can't change anything.
I'm hearing an impact on small business that we certainly did not consider, in my opinion. Go ahead.
I don't think that we had much discussion about the small business impact. I don't think it was raised by Mr. Doster. I don't think it was raised by Ms. Hanson. I don't think it was. But I don't know what it is. I do not have sufficient knowledge of the tax implications on small business. There are limited liability corporations. There are subchapter S corporations. There are other reasons why businesses, whether they be small or fairly large, why they choose to file, why they choose to incorporate in a particular manner or not, whether they choose to file using the individual tax, which they are permitted to do for some reasons. But how that affects this proposal, I don't know. And I'm not willing to say, to stick in based upon representations that are made here, that this is going to change, going to significantly increase the taxes on small business. I don't know.
So now and I respect what you're saying, but in effect,
And-
we're also having a discussion now about changing the 100-word summary. We're saying we need to consider the small business, and you're saying we don't.
I'm saying, I'm saying we don't. That's right. I'm saying I don't think we should reconsider the summary, but if we but I'm also saying, you're saying that we need to consider, and I understand that you're saying that we need to consider new information.
Yes.
And
What you're saying is,
I'm saying that even if I considered that, we had another matter where I believe Mr. Liedl, it was the Axe My Tax. And Mr. Liedl helped us to understand the tax implications of some of the things that were proposed because we didn't know. And there may be tax implications here, which we don't unquestionably, there would be tax implications because of the complexity of the tax structure, which we don't know, but we cannot put them into 100 words. And I have no doubt but that all of the entities, I've got them listed here. You see them?
I do.
Yeah, all of the ones that submitted position letters this time, not last time, that they will, as one of the speakers said, they have all of the resources that they need to educate the public about what they contend will be the implications of this ballot proposal. But I don't think we are capable of accurately presenting that kind of complexity in the 100-word summary. And I don't think we should try.
And I think, well, so wait a sec now, because we're doing two things.
We are.
We are. You are very good at that. You are better at that than I am. So just to be clear on what we're doing, we're on the one hand having a discussion about how we don't want to touch the 100-word summary or whether we do. And on the other hand, now that we've opened up that discussion, we're having a conversation about whether we put small business and
No,
recognize them,
But,
which I'm good with. Let's do that. Let's talk about putting small business in here. Is that-
no, I certainly don't think that. Okay, so I don't think, as I said, that we should open this up again unless we are considering something which addressed the change in the position, which was then circulated, the petition from June 17th. I don't think that unless comments were addressed to that specific change, I don't think we should change what we did on the 27th. But I also am addressing what I'm hearing you say, that is that there are new things here that we just really must address. And I'm saying, I don't think so, because even if I chose to do it, I don't know how I would do it, because I don't think we could put anything in the 100 words which would clarify the impact on the tax implications of this proposal. When we got really in the weeds on the My Tax proposal, and as I said, Mr. Liedl helped us to understand what we didn't understand. I appreciated that. I think we all did.
Well,
Because we realized that there were things which we did not understand. And one of the things that was clearer to me after that was that if there is some significant tax implication of a proposal, that we ought to understand what it is, perhaps with assistance from taxing authorities within the Michigan government. I don't think that that's what we need to do here.
But even there, in section 482B 2C, it ends by saying, it says a summary must be worded so as to apprise the petition signers of the subject matter of the proposed amendment or question proposed, but does not need to be legally precise. So we don't need legally to know all kinds of tax implications. But by the way, another point about My Tax that now that you've raised that, if you recall, the way that we bridged that was the attorneys and Director Brader went out in the hall and worked out the hard spots and came back in and we compromised on those. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think that's
I'm
correct.
giving you the Reader's Digest.
No,
version,
I think that could be correct, although I think actually the My Tax people rejected our summary and started circulating.
That was the
something
third
else.
time though. Second time? Second or third
Right.
time?
No, the
Oh.
point is the tax is complicated, but it was more, maybe I shouldn't have even brought up how difficult it was.
No, it's good. We're
Point.
having a conversation about the 100-word summary. We
I
can do
know.
that.
Right, but I certainly cannot, I don't know how it seems very unlikely to me that the gross income of a small business is taxed at the individual rate without subtracting expenses, right? It has to be net income. The suggestion, right? The suggestion that that's not the case and that all of the income of a business is taxed at a particular rate, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense to me. And that's in part why, I here we can get some clarification from.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to clarify. I have a better idea. How about if we take a break here for lunch and come back?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I'll just say, obviously threshold issue for me is if we need 3 votes, ideally 4. So it would, I don't need an answer now, but need to understand if there are 3 board members that will consider a new petition language or some language, then obviously we can work on doing that. If there aren't, then it's a waste of everyone's time. So just not to discuss over the break because we're not, but just as we come back, That's something we'll need to know. Yeah.
What,
But I think we cannot discuss this when we're on break.
No.
No, that's what I mean.
So
Not to be
think it's
discussed during
clear
break.
That,
but-
that we have it would be an open meeting act violation.
No, that's why I
which
said,
we
that's why I
certainly don't
said,
want
to be
engage
clear,
in.
that's why I said
So-
not to be discussed during break. But,
And
but
not
when we come back, we need to, we
I
will
do
need an
think
answer.
that if we just took a lunch break and we don't discuss it on lunch, we can eat in separate rooms if you'd like. But I know you're all at the edge of your chair waiting for our decision, but I really think we have to think this through individually. And we said we were going to break at 12:30, and that's what we're going to do. You said that lunch is here. Is that correct?
For us, not for you.
I get that. We're going to break. Can we reasonably be back here by 10 after 1? Is that enough time or? All right. Be in recess until 1:10. Thank you for your patience in giving us a few minutes. Everyone had a nice lunch? Yes, thank you. That was a loaded question. So here's where we are. And I'm speaking now for myself. We have a petition that we put out, and it was made open for public comment after our meeting on the 10th of July. And that petition was put out for general comment, and this room is evidence that people responded. I feel like that was followed properly, and I feel like we gave proper notices. I felt we put it out correctly. I understand how we got to that point. I understand the rescission of the 100-word summary. I get all that. But I think we put it out properly. We put it out for public comment, and we've received public comment. That's point one. Point number two is that the public comment I've heard this morning tells me two things. One is I got a lot of new information. I got information that was information about just how fundamental small business is in this whole equation, and just how the people of Michigan are going to be impacted, who those people are. It's easy when we talk about individuals and people who are joint filing. That's a face without a face. When you start talking about small business, and you talk about people like small business and farms and things like that, then it puts a face to it. The other piece I heard this morning, and I guess I would say Mr. Bolger, I don't think he's here anymore, kind of laid it out. The other piece I heard, which was a growing concern that was part of the discussion on the 27th, was the legislature can do what they want. So I have some huge issues about that. So for me, we put this out, we put it out for public comment, and you folks are here. There's disagreement, as you've already heard, among the 4 board members as to exactly what course we should take. So I've told you, my desire would be for us to have a meaningful conversation, review the 100-word summary that Director Brader has prepared, and make changes to that based on our discussion. I am not speaking for the majority of the board. Matter of fact, I'm only speaking for me at this point. So what I would like to do is to let, you need to put your microphone on first.
Dr. Brader, if we don't approve this, it's my understanding that this is an optional procedure for the sponsor of the petition to request that you provide a 100-word summary. If we don't agree on that 100-word summary, the petitioner is certainly free to circulate its petition. Is that not true?
That's true. They could circulate.
We do, as I understand it, need to approve the form of the summary before it can be circulated?
So the approval of the form is also optional. It's something that we offer as a courtesy so that before they go out and expend all this time, effort, and money that we've checked it as best we can for form issues. So that's highly recommended, but not absolutely required. What they do need to do is provide a copy to the Bureau of Elections of the petition that they are circulating before they go out and circulate.
The approval as to form, I think, is a check to make sure that all of the typefaces are correct, the fonts are correct, that all of the required elements are present.
That's right. And we expressly say that the approval as to form does not apply to the content of the petition. It's talking about the form of the petition.
Is there, with regard to the 100-word summary, do any of the members have further comments? Cordes?
No, other than the fact that I think we've heard enough public comment today. My objections to this are well documented. The use of the word exclusively here makes this a demonstrably inaccurate summary, and I do care very much about the law, which is why I'm staring at true and impartial on that statement right there. And so, I mean, unless we are going to sit here and make some edits to this to try to get to a 4-0, then
Ms. Cummings,
Yeah, can I ask?
you may do whatever you'd like.
Awesome. No. Mr. Lidl, is it true, that you are not wedded to the word, and I think you even used that term in your letter, exclusively, or am I not correct?
Thanks, Member Cummings, for that question. Yeah, I think the thrust of the information we provided to you is the most accurate and true way to reflect the content of a summary, is to use the words in the summary itself. And I think the word exclusively is not used. The word that is used is only in the actual proposal. It also has the added benefit of subsection or subdivision D only is more likely to have a common ordinary understanding than the word exclusively.
Does that move,
That move.
Mr. Cordes? Yeah, I don't know if that, I just remember reading that from Mr. Lidl, that he wasn't wedded to the term exclusively, and Board Member Cordes just raised that, so.
I would say that if we removed exclusively and if we removed exclusively and stopped it at local
School district class, local school district
classrooms. I mean, I very much think that that making people aware of the fact that the legislature will be making the decisions is of equal importance, but
Well,
if you're willing to open this up to conversation, then I'm willing to have it.
So if we took out the word exclusively and we put a period after local school district classrooms.
That's not a fair and accurate.
Actually, this is a
summary of the
conversation with the
purpose.
board, Mr. Lidl. We're not asking.
I was
that.
asked the question, Mr.
You
Chair.
were asked a question that you answered.
no, I don't think so.
I thought that, that the Member Cordes said.
I do.
We do.
I do.
Right.
So
If I might interject, I just have a potential procedural solution that may save everyone time and avoid another 4:30 problem. I'm happy has been to engage in a conversation about language changes that might be acceptable to my client with Director Brader and a counsel for the opponents. And that may be more efficient.
Are you open to that?
Yes.
Mr. Lidl, we found something to agree upon.
Wait.
Let's chat. No,
No.
no, please let me finish this a second.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me finish this in a minute. If I just heard you correctly, what I heard you say is perhaps you and the other council and Director Brader might be able to sit down and provide a couple of word changes?
I'm happy to provide recommended changes that are acceptable to my client and have a discussion with one counsel for the opponents and Director Brader to assist the director in preparing a potential revised proposal as opposed to, back and forth with public testimony between the board. And remember, it is primarily the director's job to prepare something.
I do remember.
Yeah.
Director Brader, is that, we've done this with Axe My Tax, right?
Two are not. Eric Oster, Mr. Chair, in response.
I was going to actually get to you. I'm sorry. No, sit down. You were next on my list. I wanted to check in here first with the director to see if the sidewalk we're building here is.
I'm certainly willing to approach it that way. I mean, again, the goal would be to get some suggestions, to make some updates to the summary so it still meets the statutory standards, and then trying to anticipate what the board's concerns are and making sure that it's addressing that. So obviously this would all be coming back to the board for discussion.
It would be. Yeah.
But I'm happy to do that if it's helpful.
Vice Chair, I cut you off, so.
No, I was only going to suggest that Mr. Doster ought to be.
Thank you, Ms. Gurwitz. I would also suggest that Mr. Ziegler also be at that.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't let Mr. Lidl make the rules of engagement here unless he doesn't want to participate, unless Mr. Ziegler or myself is excluded, which I would
think
hope
Mr.
that.
Lidl intended that, though. I'm assuming that, Mr. Lidl, did you also mean Mr. Ziegler would join as well?
No, I didn't. I don't want to be outnumbered. Again, this is a service provided to the sponsor, not an opportunity that provides any process to opponents of a proposal.
But I would look at it as great legal minds. The more you can get together, the
I
better.
would not.
You
I think the
have
most
a,
effective,
you have a,
I was clear. I'm happy to visit with one counsel representing the opponents.
you have your partner with you today. There's two of you.
Again, they are attorneys representing different opponents. I should not have to present, again, this is under the statute, a process that's provided as a service with a deadline to the sponsor. Opponents are never mentioned. The director, as was mentioned at the July 10th meeting by Deputy Director Fracassi, this isn't the board's process. It is the director's process.
I understand. We've
An
gone through
optional
that.
process, non-statutory process. And so in order to facilitate a efficient discussion, I don't care whether it's Mr. Doster or Mr. Ziegler, either works. I would just
Either works.
prefer one representative of the opponents and one representative of groups supporting Invest in My Kids having a discussion
Let me
with
chat
Director
with my board
Brader.
members here a minute. Folks, are we, if we have Mr. Lidl, Mr. Doster, and Director Brader,
That makes sense to me. I understand what
No
Mr.
objection.
you have no objection?
Yeah, I don't. There's nothing worse than to attorney.
And
It's already bad enough. There's three of us,
I would agree that, and Mr. Ziegler, I know,
Ziegler
you,
has-
you want to say something.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my client and myself have been involved in this process from the very beginning. We have filed multiple letters, including demand letters. I would ask to be included in the conversation. I completely agree that there should not be a mismatch of numbers.
You're
If
okay?
it's two lawyers versus two lawyers, that seemed working with Director Brader. That makes sense to me. I would object to being cut out and having my client cut out at this point.
I'm not sure your client would be cut out. What's happening here would be is that these folks would come back with a recommendation that the board would then take up. What's happening if, just to be crystal on this is that we're trying to break a log jam on, do we touch 100-word summary or do we not? So my only interest here is in breaking that log jam. I'll tell you what I'll do. If we have these three go out and chat through this, when they come back in, I'll give you all the time you want to argue it. Is that fair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and let me put one qualifier because I get in trouble with open-ended statements. All the time you want does not go all the way to eternity. Well, all the time you want is probably like 10 minutes. Is that fair? Would your client be okay with that? Gentlemen? I would say that we recess for,
Or feel free to approve the petition as to form while we're visiting on the summary.
okay, so
Another procedural suggestion to keep things moving along.
we're back up. Wait a sec. We're talking about the 100-word summary here. I would really like to get us through that before we do anything else. So what I'd like to do is to have, if you three are willing to sit down and chat, we'll give you the space to do that. And then we'll take it up after that. You know what, I think unless Director Brader feels like he would have to be there. Here's a question that the vice chair raised. Can we go through the petition manuals? Can we go through the other items on the agenda with Director Brader and the two councils being gone? And Mr. Lidl, this would speak to you because you actually had a slip in that you wanted.
I have
to
a
talk
couple brief comments on the manuals in my individual capacity, not representing any client.
Let's not complicate life anymore. Let's just go ahead and let you guys talk and we'll just relax and then we'll have plenty to do when they come back.
Okay. Are we giving them a time limit?
Yeah, well, is 15 minutes give you enough time?
We check in every 15
Well,
minutes.
I expect we'll take longer if we need it anyway, so sure. We'll shoot for 15 minutes.
Might be 15 seconds, so we'll see.
Right.
All right. All right, so we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. We'll be back about 10 minutes too.
Set the timer.
Say again? No. Really?
I mean. But it also goes to the better part. That only have extremely talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is a good way to break the logjam. This is a good way to break this because you know what? Here's the deal. Whatever they come back with, we're gonna figure.
think we can, well, Paul's not here, right? Oh, no, he is. Yeah, I think we can, whenever you're ready, we can go back. Yeah.
Are we waiting on Eric?
I thought they came back in. Oh, I guess they didn't.
We'll wait on Eric. Is Eric coming back?
I thought he was, but I don't.
Mr. Lidl, did you, Eric has disappeared. We were concerned you left together and you came back alone. Uh-huh. If it's okay, let's give him a second. And then,
You talked to.
do you want to wait for Eric or you want to come up now? You can come up now. I'm not hearing you.
He wants a copy.
You haven't printed it. You would like to read it first, go through it, then we'll let Mr. Ziegler talk, and then we go from there. Okay. This is, okay, here's what we're gonna do. That's what we started this with. Do you want to do that? Well, I have a middle ground. Mr. Ziegler, can you come up and look over Director Brader's shoulder so you can read what you wanted a copy of? All right. Even without Mr. Doster here, we're going to continue on. Mr. Ziegler, I promised you some time, but I would. Oh. We are back in session. Mr. Brader, would you like to read this first?
Sure. So just for the, for clarification, you know, I talked to Mr. Lidl and Mr. Doster. They have not, I want to be clear, they have not signed off on what I'm reading here, but this reflects the discussion we had about a few of the different issues. So I thought at this point it was worth coming back to the board and see, you know, seeing where the board was on this concept. If the board's okay with it, or if they want to make some modifications, I think then we can proceed to us printing out a new version that can be discussed and voted on if the board's ready. Talked about basically 4 issues. We talked about how to handle tax rate, graduated taxes, existing tax rates. We talked about the business issue. We talked about the construction of exclusively spent on, and we talked about the legislature's ability to determine this. So we did talk about different ways that the tax rate could be reflected. There was some discussion of referencing the current tax rate of 4.25%, but there wasn't agreement on that, and we didn't seem close enough that it was worth talking about it anymore before I came back to you. So that was discussed. I don't have any changes on that part for you this time. We did talk about the business issue and language that people seemed amenable to would be referencing business or other income as part of the taxable, the tax it would apply to. We also talked about restructuring the way that exclusively or including would be spent on. We actually took both those words out and are talking about in a different way. Then we did put the reference of the legislature in here. So I'm just going to read you a rough draft, which if it seems amenable, we can proceed to printing out and discussing further, which would read like this. Constitutional amendment to add, beginning in 2027, an additional 5% tax on annual taxable income over 1 million for joint filers and over 500,000 for single filers, including business and other income after deductions taxed at the individual level. This tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and is to be deposited into the state school aid fund and may be expended for aid to local school districts such as career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and retraining teachers, subject funds to annual audits, and allow legislature to enact consistent laws. So just to reiterate that what's really new and different there is the reference to including business income, the rephrasing of exclusively to rather maybe expended for, and then adding such as to the examples, and then at the end, allow legislature to enact consistent laws. So just to reiterate, they have not said they sign off on this language, but this reflects what we talked about and seems different enough that it made sense to talk to the board at this point before we proceeded to finalizing it and getting people's kind of final opinion on it.
Excellent. Could you have a copy of that printed so that we've got something to at least have in front of us as we talk it through?
Yes, how long will that take? Maybe 5 minutes.
We'll begin the conversations, but it would be nice to have a. Mr. Liedl, Mr. Doster, thank you both for cooperating in that exercise. Actually, I'd like Mr. Ziegler to chat first because
Doster was checking with this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was this something different?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss, in the hallway. The way the discussion was, these were actually, and I appreciate Mr. Liedl's, discussions. Those were basically his suggestions. So they were, I didn't really have much, but after conferring again, the comments that were made before this board earlier by myself, by other speakers, there's still no reflection on small businesses. We're still misleading the public by not telling them about the 9.25%, and we're still including various examples that I understand that they're in the text of the proposal, but the fact that they're even addressed in this petition summary are still misleading. So there's still a few things that to make this compliant with the big board there that we would have to do. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ziegler, now it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have my comments break down into two categories. The first is I would like to preserve for the record my objection to being excluded from a conversation between Mr. Liedl, Mr. Doster, and the Director of Elections. My client and their counsel have been involved in this process from the beginning. It is actually my client's demand letter that is the reason we are all here today. They are a stakeholder, and they had a great number of thoughts about how this petition summary could be drafted to comply with the law. And the petition drafted, as has come back, while I don't have it in front of me and I did not have much time to review it, I don't think it complies with the law. It does not mention that this is a graduated tax. And that's significant because it means it doesn't apprise voters of the facts. It doesn't apprise them of the fact that it's permanent. And I guess most glaringly, we still have, while we took out the word exclusively and we added may contain, it contains examples which are very specific and positive examples without ever mentioning the not positive, the answers that don't test well in polls. And that's an issue because it has to be impartial. And I don't think it's impartial when you have these examples of how money could be spent, but the examples are so broad that a clever lawyer or a clever legislator could put almost anything into them. And voters are not going to see that. What they're going to see is the face of it, which looks good, and never get behind the curtain. So I would object to this 100-word summary as not complying with MCL 168.4A2B, and I would ask the board to significantly amend it. Significantly amend it in the ways that we suggested and have been discussed at this meeting, such as removing the examples and adding the word graduated and permanent. The Coalition to Stop the Business and Family Tax Hike.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I'm gonna.
If there's no more
You're next
questions,
on
I'll
my
sit down.
list. I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure, no more questions, I'll sit down.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ladle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to provide my brief perspective, on the discussion. Really appreciate Director Brader and Mr. Doster taking a few minutes to visit. I hope it's helpful to the board. We appear to be in a situation where there are not 3 votes for anything today, right? And there's no point.
That's what we're trying to get
Right.
through here.
I don't see the point of rehashing arguments that have been made since June 27th, right? Folks have had the opportunity to make those arguments, as have been pointed out and made. I mean, we have a number of groups that actually, told the press their point wasn't to get something approved. It was to deadlock the board and to delay the proposal, publicly quoted in MERS News Service in June 26. So my intent at this point is my client would prefer the option that the statute offers, right? To the sponsor, not anyone else, to have a 100-word statement prepared by the director, approved by the board. So I listened as well. Folks wanted the impact on businesses that individuals associated with the business pay the tax. And so is there some language that could be suggested? And this wasn't just new language, it was a modification to the 5 proposed changes that Mr. Doster asked for earlier today. Like, I could have come with 5 and asked, I think this could be better if there were 5 changes. No one's going to there appear not to be votes for anyone to get 5 changes, right? There is some consensus potentially on addressing the business issue so that voters are at least informed, on business. We're flexible on the language, but if this is going to be opened up to include some reference to business, we think it's appropriate that the purposes that the Constitution limits expenditures for be included. You can't fully inform voters if you don't indicate those purposes. The other side may be different. If there are 2 votes for this, including this, and 2 votes for not including it, either you don't do it, right, because there's no consensus, or you say, let's just use the language of the proposal. We can't agree, for example, on the word including, right?
Well,
And so if that's the word the proposal uses, let the voters decide what it means. Because otherwise you're just deadlocked. And you do have a duty to either approve or reject a director's summary, and there do not appear to be at this point, or at least with the prior summary, 3 votes for you to comply with your statutory duty to either approve or reject a director's summary. So we offered that. We hope it's helpful to the board and happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
The language, including business and other income, that was language which you said would be acceptable?
Yes.
Including
business and other income after deductions, taxed at the individual level. We think that's an accurate representation of the flow through process that doesn't just affect small businesses, it affects all businesses and it affects other income. If you were, for example, to include only small business, that's misleading, right? Because it excludes other businesses that would be would have individuals subject to the same process. The legislation does not have to make the opposition's case in the summary does
Right.
not have to make the opposition's
Right,
case.
it's businesses that
But
do
we don't
stand-
object to indicating that, look, yes, this would affect individuals with business income.
So what is the particular source of disagreement that you had with Mr. Doster, if you
Well-
can clarify for me?
I think there were, 5 or 6 changes. Let me see if I've got it. So we at least proposed some language on 3, right? Of the 5. Where did I stick the language? Here it is. So we proposed language, Mr. Doster had proposed including small business earnings tax at the individual level. We proposed as a compromise, a proposed compromise, including business and other income after deductions taxed at the individual level. We worked with his proposed language. We didn't just reject it. And then we proposed the alternative language relating to, based on the actual text of the amendment, aid to school districts that the director has provided. So that's 2. And then the third was we proposed alternative language relating to the legislature. The proposal does indicate that the legislature may pass laws to implement the proposal, but it's clear that they have to be consistent with the Constitution. We viewed Mr. Doster's language as the opposite, as sort of suggesting that the proposal was subject to modification by the legislature. It's the other way around. The legislature can't modify the Constitution. The legislature must act consistent with the Constitution. We had a problem with Mr. Doster's, both his 9.25 rate and his proposal to include it, to say that it would be a combined rate of 9.25% as of today. There's no such tax as of today. And we continue to disagree with the notion that the 5% surcharge is somehow graduated. The surcharge itself is a flat rate surcharge. It's in addition to other taxes. And I reminded the director and Mr. Doster that the constitutional provision we're amending does not just reference state income taxes. It also, the existing constitutional provision references income taxes levied by the state and its political subdivisions. So I don't know that there is any individual, if you combine their total tax rates under the 2 taxes, that would ever pay 9.25%. So that's kind of where we were. I attempted to sort of just modify the ask from the other side to address the major issues. I think there's probably not consensus on the other 2. There's probably not consensus amongst the members of the board on those. And perhaps the best is for the board just to proceed with where there is consensus.
Thank you. You're okay. I'm sorry, I'm reading. Now you come on up. We're working here. Get rid of this.
If I may offer just 2 edits to what the board has in front of them and that is, we heard an extraordinary amount of testimony today about the effect on not just business, but small business by a margin of 3 to 1. And Mr. Liedl can object to the fact that, well, we didn't use Michigan data, we used federal IRS data that specifically focused in on Michigan taxpayers. The data is sound, the analysis is sound. By a margin of over 3 to 1, this tax affects small businesses. And they're the face of this tax. So my only suggestion, in front of the word business, add the word small, because that's what we're talking about here. And then the other, and again, I don't speak for Mr. Ziegler, I'm just going to speak for my group here. The only other suggestion that I have, after the word districts, put a semicolon. So and may be expended for aid to local school districts, semicolon, and get rid of the examples that I think there's been a lot of discussion on this board, are certainly impartial and prejudicial. So those are my only two suggested changes, and hopefully moves the discussion forward for this board. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Just two small changes.
So businesses, whether they be large or small, can file with individual tax.
That's all we're talking about, the individual rates right now.
Right,
Correct. We're not talking about corporate income tax.
Right,
of-
but it's not only small businesses that are capable of using the individual business tax. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Yeah, so why would you suggest?
Because
business-
small businesses are affected by the data. We're not pulling these statistics out of thin air. By the data, we're talking by a margin of 3-1. Small businesses are affected by this proposed tax.
I have no understanding of what data you're talking.
The data that I supplied on attachment 2 of our public comments, it lays out where we got the numbers. We're not just making this number up. I mean, it's small business. And so just add the word small, because that's who's being affected by this tax. And then, again, my only other suggested, again, remember, we haven't had too much time to think about this, and I do appreciate the discussion with,
2 months.
well,
Your wording would say including small business and other income. And I'm going to abbreviate it a minute here a sec. Small business and other income taxed at the individual level.
we can leave after deductions. That's fine. Just add the word small. Just add the
Doesn't
word
make
small
sense. That
before,
doesn't make sense
including
to me.
small
But
business
what
and
about
other.
It doesn't make,
large.
Oh, I
businesses
see what
that
you're
are
saying,
taxed at
other,
the individual
um,
level?
it's confusing.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, you're right, including small business taxed at the individual level. So you'd cross that out. Including small business income, or maybe you could say and other income, taxed at the individual, yeah.
What we're talking about is removing the comma after deductions, comma language, right? That's what people are expressing confusion about, or is it something else?
It's something else. I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, including small business and other income taxed at the individual level. So I would get rid of after deductions too.
But what about large business that's taxed at the individual level?
Again, I can only go to the testimony that's been before this board,
So
and
you're
that's what
saying
I'm
that there isn't
suggesting.
any?
No. Then that doesn't mean we include it. That just, it's confusing to me. So then people could read it and think it's only for small business owners.
Well, geez, that's the other side saying, using the word including like a few lines down below.
No, but wait a
That's
minute.
not an example.
I see where he's coming from. In a corporate, in a regular C corp, right? If you get dividends in a regular C corp, that's other income.
You're already talking Greek to me.
No, but
No, I'm just saying for the average person reading
right.
this, I don't think people understand the depth of,
They don't understand the difference between small and business, small business and business.
that's not what I'm talking about.
It's the small. And yet those are the ones that are going to be most impacted by
But
this.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't know. Yeah,
Well, if we can't get over that, that's
Yeah, I know.
easy.
it's not easy. This is what we've been arguing about.
But so just pretend for a sec. Pretend we put the word including small business and other income taxed at the individual level. If we did that, just for pretend for a minute, where does that take us to after that? Mr. Leland, you've come up to join us again.
If it's helpful to
I
hear
know,
my
I'm just
reaction
teasing
to.
you.
Sure.
So, but hang on. So if we just did that for a second, what would be the next hurdle here? You've made kind of 3 sets of changes here.
Really just two. That sentence, and then after the word local school districts, get rid of such as, just put a semicolon there, and then carry on with subject funds to annual audits and so forth.
So you get rid of the whole phrase such as?
Yeah, that whole phrase.
So if it's helpful to the board, I'm happy to provide my reaction to these two new suggestions from Mr. Doster.
You have to help me out. Just to be clear, and what's happened is I have a hearing device here
Sure.
and it went south of the border right after lunch.
If it's helpful to the board, I'm happy to provide a brief reaction
I'm
to
sorry.
Mr. Doster's new proposals. First, we heard the notion that folks might want to be apprised that this affects business income, right? But we are opposed to only indicating small businesses because individual pass-through income from a large business, a medium-sized business, a small business, a micro business are all subject to the tax. There are other small businesses who are organized as corporations that would not be subject to this tax because their business income is paid under Part 2, and it's not subject to that. So it's misleading because it would suggest all small businesses or only small businesses. And we have guidance from the court with this. When you include something specific, the Michigan Court of Appeals has said in a statement that it's fraught with difficulty for the simple reason that by listing some, you omit others. And so we were willing to say, there does not appear to be consensus to use the limited word small business, right? Okay. Is there consensus to at least reference business? There may be. There's not for small. Are small businesses businesses? The last I checked. And that's just ignoring. What exactly is a small business? The income tax doesn't use the phrase. It's not used in the Constitution. There's no common everyday meaning. Does it mean like a small business in that like it's in a tiny building? Or is it a small business because they have one employee even though they have $100 million in annual revenue? Is that a small business? Is it a small business because they don't have a lot of business income? There's no common everyday meaning, as the statute requires, as exactly what a small business is. So it's not an appropriate term for the board to include. The appropriate term is business if you want to address it. Secondly, we support the director's proposal, right? We were unwilling to sort of try and see if there could be consensus and propose something to address providing some notice to folks that this may affect businesses. But we said it was important if we did that, that we retain the language used in the actual proposal itself in terms of what the funds may be used for, right? People may fight over the word including. Is it expansive or not? You have both sides providing you with case law supporting their position. And there does not appear to be consensus on exactly what including means, all right? Will you reach 3 votes, as is your duty to do, if you use the word including? It does not appear to me not. So what does it mean? Let the voters decide. Folks can make those arguments. If you use the words actually used in the proposal itself, that is a fair and accurate representation of the summary. And remember, it's not the duty of the board to summarize comments received today or comments provided to the director. The duty is to summarize the text of the proposed constitutional amendment. You'll see references to the proposed amendment multiple times. No references to public comment. No references to concerns or arguments of opponents. It is only the service to provide a sponsor of a petition to come up with the summary. As I mentioned to Mr. Doster, this board or your predecessors managed to come up with a 100-word summary for a proposal addressing abortion rights, right? What could be more contentious, from the two sides in the political spectrum on that? So the notion that you can't get to some consensus here, Mr. Doster, it's unrealistic to say at this point there could be consensus on his 6th ask. I could say I'd like 6 more changes too. That's unrealistic and it's a waste of everyone's time. So the question at this point, I think, I would suggest to the board is, can we find consensus on something that's at least addresses, if not completely provides the changes answered? And that's my suggestion. I think the director's summary is awfully close. And for those that want it to, 1, address businesses.
The director's summary, are you referring to
The most newly circulated,
Okay.
right? We support both. The original summary presented today and the draft potential summary that the director has prepared. Might we support something else? Yes, right? We indicated that there are many ways of complying with the statute, but we think that there are some provisions that opponents of the proposal have suggested would not be consistent with the statute. I mean, I will point back.
Well, while you're pointing back, the notion here that we've asked for 6 things, well, my comments today there were 5. And the notion here that there were other things that in this proposal that didn't trouble us is false. But we only listed 5. And of those 5, 2 of them are not being addressed in this amendment. We're touching upon 3 and not completely as we suggested to make these true and impartial. Again, the reason why small business is critical is because small business is affected by a margin of 3 to 1. And Mr. Lidl suggests, well, it could be, corporations that could be, but they're not going to be, but the qualifier there is taxed at the individual level, which is in this most current version of the petition summary. So that's not applicable. So it's not misleading just simply to add the word small. And as I've suggested, and again, he's right, we can't agree on what's including, but again, it's just, it's impartial. It's not impartial.
The words including are the words in the petition itself. Isn't that true?
Oh, absolutely, it's true. But there's
So
still
you
happy
don't
examples.
include the words that are in the petition? I mean, that seems to me the easiest thing to do.
But those are happy examples that aren't necessary. It misreads, as I indicated earlier today, it misreads the proposal because the proposal isn't limited to these 3 things that are set forth here. The proposal is limited to aid to local school districts. That we can all agree on that. And then by adding these other, maybe that's a pejorative term, happy examples, but adding these examples that certainly are partial, and it's not true. The other examples could easily go in here, and I'm not suggesting that we add other examples that are somewhat pejorative or negative or not as pro petition as these. I'm just saying as a compromise, let's just get rid of all examples. That's all. And that fairly.
Your compromise is to exclude all of the examples?
Yeah, just exclude the examples. Otherwise, let's add other examples. Well, sure it is. I mean, because the other examples, certain member Cummings.
Are we really trying to reach an agreement?
No, I think
Because
Yeah.
we're spending a lot of time and
no.
we said if we can reach an agreement, we would prefer to do so. I think that the proponents would like to have an agreement, but if it's not possible, it's.
Right. I think we've reached a point of diminishing returns here. I think
Okay.
we would like as
Yeah,
a board
it's-
now to chat for a bit. Okay. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
But we've got to. All right. Let's break it into some blocks here. You've got the.
Okay.
I will remind the board of its obligations to deliberate in public under the Open Meetings Act.
Yes.
So in terms of blocks, we get down through this whole first piece up to and include, let's just take it up to the joint filers over $1 million for joint and over 500,000 for single, right? There's a bar there. And then after that, we've got including business and other income after deductions taxed at the individual level.
That makes sense to me.
It does, but the after deductions, does that add anything to it? And I've got a problem with the word small. I think the word small has to be in there, and I'll tell you why. It goes back to what's up on that board up there about trying to present this in ways that are clear. And voters understand small business. They live in that world.
just small business.
No, it's not.
at all.
The other, but the,
Right, but you can have really large businesses that are taking advantage of the, so if it's a
but
business,
they're gonna pay taxes too, right?
right, yeah, so why
are we
why
saying
does
just
it only
small?
include small business, includes business? If you include business and other income, it should business and other income. It should just say business income.
Right, and we
No,
don't have to do.
but, okay. But including business and other income, it's not just small business. I mean,
I think the
We-
ones that are going to be impacted most by this are small. I only say that
I don't know
because,
if that's true.
I only say that because when you reach a certain level of business size, for the most part, it becomes a corporate structure where income is
I
distributed
don't think
by
that's
dividends.
necessarily true. I don't. I think that there are certainly advantages, significant advantages to taxation at the individual level. And businesses, to the extent that they're able to do that, would prefer it. It's a lower tax rate. So I don't think it's just small businesses, and that's just sticking a word in there that, makes people think, oh, yeah, small business is the guy down the street who's running the gas station. But you have people making millions and millions of dollars from filing at the individual tax rate, right? Right. So,
And they're in there too.
right, but they're not small. That's the point. I mean, why do you need small? But, and I think we need to, it is important for us to try to find whatever acceptable language there is. And small just doesn't fit. I mean, I understand that the people here, talk about small business, although these are certainly not exclusively representatives of small business. These are business interests that have come to address us, and they like to say it's small business.
These are lobbyists.
But it's all business, right?
And they're lobbyists, so I mean, let's.
Well, no, and I do understand that. I get that connotation, but I also, so I don't know if there's another word besides small, but the point is that the average citizen signing this, the average person signing this, if 2/3, and that number is fairly, whether it's taken federally or state, this idea that 2/3 of what's called small business is going to be impacted by this tax. The average person.
They would be at all.
I know.
Well, that's what we've heard from.
I know.
From
but-
people
but
who are
that's the
anti,
point.
right.
Okay, I get it. Okay, so, but when somebody signs this, small business relates to the fact that the businesses in their community, the businesses they deal with every day are going to be touched here.
Businesses are going to be touched, period. But businesses which are taxed at the individual level, whether they're small or large. And adding the word small suggests that it's only small businesses that are taxed at the individual level. And that is what is not accurate. So I just
What
think
if we added the word all?
all business and other income.
What was that, an outcry of some?
So again, just a reminder to decorum, please, but I mean, it wouldn't be all business because that would go back to the question about the businesses that are formed as C
Right.
corporations.
Right.
Sorry for the freak.
Trying to find another way around the logjam here.
I know. Well, but I think if we recognize that businesses, to the extent that it's advantageous to them, would choose to be taxed at the individual level. That much I understand, right? And that would be true of businesses, whether they're large or small. That's the point. It's not only small businesses which find that to be advantageous. And so why would you just say small businesses? It doesn't really add clarity. What it adds is something that tries to prejudice.
Yes.
Let's come back to that one.
Opposition, okay.
Okay, so we know that that's one section there that we're going to disagree on. Then the next line says, this tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and is to be deposited into the state school aid fund and may be expended for aid to local school districts, such as career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and retaining teachers. That's the next section here, right?
Right. Well, it's the
It's
same.
really kind of two sections, but that's,
Right, it is. So,
you want to break it into two?
and,
Taxes in addition to existing state income taxes.
mhm.
Yep.
And deposited into the school aid fund. I think that's not controversial, right? I mean, I think that we're not in disagreement about that. That the taxes in addition to existing state income taxes. I mean, that makes it clear that this is an additional one. And it's to deposit into the state school aid fund. And then the only issue is the description. And I don't think we disagreed about whether it goes for aid to local school districts.
What if we came back and said this tax is in addition to existing 4.25% income taxes? So
But-
that we're still giving a nod to the idea that we're talking about 5% plus 4.25%.
But that, you know, the problem that we had with that before was that tax rate can change at any time.
Well,
And-
it is.
and there-
But currently, at this point in time, they've got 180 days to do this. So I mean, we could add the word current. This tax is in addition to current 4.25% state income taxes. You're putting a range in there at that point, right? You're putting
It's just, I mean, this is just a thought. I mean, at the beginning, we say an additional 5%. So we're not hiding the fact that this is an additional tax.
no, we're not hiding it, but it's
And-
still,
And then we're saying also, this is in addition to existing state income taxes. So
but I think you get the percentage right in there. The people can do the math. They're going to end up at 9.25%.
most people are not.
No,
The number of people or the number of individuals or businesses which choose to be taxed the individual rate is pretty small, I expect. So leaving that for a minute, with going to deposit it into the school aid fund to be expended for aid to local school districts. I think there's no disagreement about expended for aid
Big
to local.
disagreement on that. I would.
There is?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we argued about that one on the 27th too. I mean, I just don't like that whole line in there.
Which one?
Where it comes, I would put the period right after school districts.
Right, no, but so if we go to there, right,
Right.
and maybe expended for aid to local school districts, that we don't disagree with that, right?
So we say period, right?
so we're talking about the sentence before you're fine with though.
Right.
What's that?
The sentence that and is to be deposited into the state school
Well,
aid fund
And maybe expended for aid to local school districts, period.
You're fine with that.
If we go period, yeah.
And you don't, but,
No, you guys disagree with that one. You wanted to keep the other stuff in.
right, but I'm trying to identify what we agree on, not what we disagree on.
I'm just trying to
So-
see if you're moving my way or not. Kind of like floating out a trial balloon every now and then, you know? Then the last line, subject funds to annual audits and allow legislature to enact consistent laws. Allow legislature to enact consistent laws. That's the hard one for me.
I think it would be more accurate to say, maybe expended for aid to local school districts and managed by the legislature.
No, it's not.
The
Yes.
school aid fund is managed by the legislature.
I know, but these specific funds that are raised by this additional tax are not just managed by the legislature. The management is dictated by the language in the constitutional amendment, right?
Yeah, but it says for aid to local school districts.
Right. But the proposal
Let's, you know what, if we, okay, so stay right there. Keep the period after school districts and jump down. We've got subject funds to annual audits and allow the legislature to act consistently.
Or aid the local school districts to support classrooms in local schools. I mean, that's what the language says.
We're taking that all out then. Okay, we're only gonna go with aid to
You
local
want
school
it in.
districts. Okay, all this other stuff's coming out.
Well, my argument in this entire thing is that expended to support classrooms and local school districts.
Right.
After that, I agree, the funding for career and tech, attracting and retaining, that should be removed because that's just includes that. But it does say that must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts.
As opposed to maybe. No, I think this wording is okay. So let's stay with me for just a second. I'm trying to jump you to the last line there.
Yeah.
Where it says subject funds to annual audits and allow legislature to enact consistent laws. In effect, what we're doing is we've got that reversed. It's really the legislature is gonna determine how this money's spent.
Correct.
And in addition to that, these funds are subject.
Necessarily, no.
I know,
Because the constitutional amendment itself dictates how the money can be spent. It doesn't say may be expended, it says
Right.
must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts. And
As
that says
determined by the
including.
legislature, though.
No.
And it just gives a
because
few examples though. I mean, I think that's the whole point is
it gives some examples.
exactly some examples, but not all examples of where the
No,
money can go.
and clearly it's not going to give all the examples, but it must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts.
Correct.
The line in the petition that says the legislature may enact laws consistent with this section for its implementation. We've got enough words, you could almost take that directly.
Right, because the legislature always has the right to enact laws, but they don't have the right ever to enact laws that are inconsistent with the Constitution.
Agreed.
Right, so I don't know that you need that, but
I think my point is that the legislature, when determining how to spend this money must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts. But this partial list that they give, they don't have to fall under those three items.
That's the argument is.
no, they don't. No, the point is that it's in the petition itself. It's in the constitutional amendment itself. So if you're trying to give an accurate description of the amendment, and that's in the amendment, then it makes sense. And in fact, it seems to me to be quite necessary in order to give the accurate, because this is a pretty short amendment. For constitutional amendments, this is, just, if you just look at the part that is capitalized, there's a much. And so it isn't so hard to describe it. And that the part about including seems to me easy. What we really have the disagreement about it, as so far as I could tell, was what to say about what impact this is going to have on business.
It's gonna have a huge impact on business.
I'm sorry, what?
I think it's got a huge impact on business.
Well, I don't know if it does or not, because I really don't.
I know.
I hear that, but it is complicated, and the tax structure is complicated. And obviously businesses, as I said, small or large, take advantage of filing at the individual level if it's good for them, right? And if they have to pay a little more, that's what this is about. And if they don't like it, I guess they could.
I think there's an implied that, and again, I go back to the fact that the petitioner had it on their website. You know, it was a tax the rich. The mindset was really simple. This is a tax that's going to really hit only really
Oh,
wealthy.
you know, no,
But no, but that's how they've portrayed it, okay? And that's how they've worded this. And so when I come back to things like small business and things like that, it's because I don't think this is gonna hit just really wealthy people. I think this is gonna hit a lot of folks. It's gonna hit the local dry cleaner. It's gonna hit the local family farm. It's gonna touch everybody. And I think that part of what that law up there says is that we need to explain, we need to have in front of the signers, what does this really represent?
but you're speculating and that I think is what we can't do because I don't think we know.
Marianne, you've said a couple of times, any business who chooses to file at the individual level would, and I'm no taxers, but if this said any small or large business who chooses to file at the individual level, would that be accurate?
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to say large and small because then you've got everybody, right? Just including businesses which choose to file at the business. I think it is important to say business and other income, which is taxed at the individual level. If you're going to go beyond, beyond just filers. I don't know if we're, I'd like to find something if we can, but I'm not sure we're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting anywhere.
No. So the sentences that we are, is there one sentence we can point to that we agree on?
I think we get up
Which one?
through single filers. don't
Okay,
we?
so we're fine. No, we're not because, oh yeah, okay. So we're good on that.
Exclude after deductions.
Are we?
I don't know.
Small business owners.
No. No, because it's not.
Well, that gives everybody though. That just means that they're also in there. Because it still talks about filers, individual, I mean, wealthy filers, small business owners. And then stop the sentence right there, so we don't go into other income or tax for anything. It would come out of the impact.
No, that doesn't make sense to me.
You have to read it.
Small
out loud.
businesses?
You have to read it with like a musical tone. It does make, yeah, it does. Singular filers, including small business owners.
No. Because, you know, we've talked a lot about the word including, but if you say including, seems to mean excluding. So if you include, but you're not just including small business.
No, but you're including everybody because the joint filers and single filers, everybody in the universe is included in there. You're just saying that it also includes small business owners. You're just calling it out.
I mean, I understand the concern that is
For small business.
expressed. Right, I understand the concern that is expressed by business. I don't think that the concern about the impact of a higher tax rate is confined to small businesses. Maybe the word small, you know, touches people's heartstrings, but I don't think it's in any way accurate
Well,
because.
and I'm after it less because of the heartstrings and more because as we've seen from the public comment, the term small business carries with it some designation.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's
What-
not
no,
heartstrings,
what?
it's
Of course it's heartstrings.
well, I know, but
Come on, Richard.
lawyers call project.
And I floated trial balloon because it seems like we're really getting hung up on,
We're getting hung
do
up
we
on-
include the word small or not?
But there,
So I'm trying to come up with something that will perhaps make people think of small businesses, but not say small businesses such that it's prejudicial against the proposal. So with that in mind, just moving the words around a little bit, it would be, we take out the current structure for business. And so it would say, an additional 5% tax on annual taxable income over 1 million for joint filers and over 500,000 for single filers. This tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and will apply to any business that chooses to be taxed at the individual level.
that makes sense.
Mhm. Mhm.
I think it's better.
So we write that in. And it changes the next line too.
So this tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and applies to any business that chooses to be taxed at the individual level?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you start another sentence.
You want it printed
Or-
out with the new?
And is to be deposited into the state school aid fund.
Yeah.
And must be,
You could say revenue is to be deposited.
sorry?
We're starting a new sentence. You could say revenue is to be deposited.
Oh, yeah.
Deposited in the state school aid fund. Must be, we put maybe, but it should be, the language says must be, right?
Languages must be expended to support
Right.
classrooms and local school
Yeah,
districts.
must be. So we could use exactly that language.
And then keep the period right after local school district.
And then then the only, we did that, then the only issue is about the examples. Is that
Right,
your
about
issue?
the annual audit and about the legislature being the one responsible for administering it, right? And administering is not the right
The
word. for that.
legislature has that responsibility anyway. So it just seems to me that saying that the legislature has to enact consistent laws,
Yeah,
they have to do it anyway, right?
I agree. I don't think that's necessary.
And annual audits is something that I think is important.
Well, we're a lot closer.
Yeah.
It says that it can only be used for local schools,
Must
but
be
that the
used,
legislature,
must be used for classroom, to support classrooms in local school districts.
Yeah. Mhm.
So if you take that language right out of the proposal, revenue to be, must be used to support classrooms in local school districts. And you're pretty close. You don't have the examples. Although,
that's what we want to keep out, because I think it's not, I don't think it's realistic. I know it's in the petition, but
it's in
I,
the petition.
Which is what we're supposed to, we're not supposed to guess what's realistic or not.
no,
We're supposed to tell the public what this proposal is, right?
what it is and what it does.
Which it's in there saying,
Everything up to the local school district is what it does. Everything with, from the including beyond, the argument's been, it's just examples of what it could do. Could be used for. We took all of those out and just let it go at being used for classrooms in local school districts. Doesn't, that still says what it is.
Is that acceptable to the sponsor?
Thank you, Member Gerwitz. That is one change that we indicated we don't believe complies with the statute. The language has to be given effect. It's added to the Constitution. All of the language constrains what the legislature may do with regard to providing support for local school district classrooms. You also have testimony in case law, where one side has given you case law that says including is exclusive based on the full context and the intent of the drafters, right? And you have prior testimony and testimony again today. That informs voters for what sort of purposes to support classrooms can the money be spent for. The legislature can't just willy-nilly go and say, hey, we want to spend this money. We think it's for classrooms, but it's not one of those things. They have to. They are constitutionally obligated to give effect to those words. You can't just write them away. They are part of the proposal. And you are not fairly representing what the proponents want to be constitutionally authorized if you don't tell voters in the summary, and you have plenty of room with that. I mean, we have an approved summary without it, without that change, with those items listed. If you're at an impasse, fine, we'll use that summary. Previously opposed, and the summary that we will share with voters is the one previously approved that includes the examples. It's in the proposed constitutional amendment, right? If there was a proposed constitutional amendment that says the state of Michigan shall provide each resident with a $5,000 check to apply to the purchase of a car, including American cars produced in the United States, right? Perhaps you might want to inform voters of that because it's in the actual proposed constitutional amendment itself. It is the past practice of this board when this sort of language is used in a proposed constitutional amendment, if there is room, that it be reflected. And that's the recommendation from the director who is responsible for preparing it. And so we, in the spirit of compromise, even though there was no reference to business in the previously proposed proposal, said, hey, we'll suggest some language that we could support on business, but we do not want to see alterations to the language that restricts how the legislature and school districts may use the money. This money is binding on both the legislature and school districts. So that's my response to your question, Member Gerwitz. Thank you.
And not to put you on the spot, Chair.
I'm sorry.
Not to put you on the spot,
Oh, you're okay.
which means I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm always on the spot. I live on the spot.
The language that we did approve, and I know your position is we're starting fresh today, but I thought that was more based on the small business aspect.
No, that one though, if you remember when the real angst got into the last meeting, it was exactly in this point of all of these things that the money would supposedly be spent for, but there was really no guarantee. And it was precisely the reason was including was more of like, yeah, you know what? We'll go enjoy Michigan this weekend and maybe we'll go here and maybe we'll go there, but maybe we won't go anywhere. I mean, the problem is it's not lockdown and it's not. I have a problem with the way that they put it in the petition.
But
I know that's not our
yeah,
job.
I mean, I really disagree with you about
I
the
know.
meaning of including, because including is a very inclusive word. And you could say such as, which would not be inclusive, but including, I think, is inclusive. Including is inclusive, right? I mean, by definition. I'm using words to define themselves, but I think that there is a specificity to that that does not allow what you're concerned with, that I think you're reading including as such as, whereas I think that that's not what it means. And I know that there was a lot of discussion about the use of the word in other statutes and also as interpreted in constitutional litigation. So I don't have a problem with it at all. And it is in the proposal. So I suppose, I mean, there's always a question about when people are asked to sign a petition, how carefully they read the summary. Anyway, I don't want to suggest that what we're doing is not important, but what really is important is what is in the petition. And that's what we're trying to summarize, and that's what it says. And I feel like we're getting close.
Do you want to get a clean?
Director Brader, you look like.
Well,
you
I don't
have-
want to break my hot streak of one, but let me just.
Your last suggestion was
Yeah.
really good.
So, but again, here it seems like what we're trying to get to is something that, there's an interest in, on the one hand, of making sure that the specific examples of the ways that the school district's classroom should be supported are in there, but also leaving people to understand that there could be spent on other things too. So I restructuring a little bit. I was just sort of playing with this to see if that might help, but so we would, have what we had before. Revenue is to be deposited in the state school aid fund. And then the legislature may enact consistent laws and must expend revenue to support local school districts in a way that includes funding for career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and retaining teachers. Funds are subject to annual audits. So that the language that people care the most about there is probably legislature may enact consistent laws and must expend revenue to support local school districts in a way that includes funding for those things.
I'd like to see it.
Are you hearing that correctly?
Think so, but let me see it.
Helpful, right, if it's printed.
We can print it out, yeah. Sure.
You know what? This is actually, I wasn't looking at this before. I know we don't want the word graduated in there. Okay. But if you look at the way this is worded, including small business earnings taxed at the individual level, that works.
But that's
Well, because it gets everybody else too. That's
it
okay.
doesn't, because it
I think
only
that-
includes small business earnings. This, what Jonathan suggests, like any business that chooses. That's what we're trying to do. No, but I think that's.
You know what it could be? We could go back and revisit when we did.
You're gonna have a good suggestion.
So we could go back and revisit what happened with Prop 3. Okay, here's what we do.
That's,
And if
but
we-
have
and
it
if
so
we-
small, nobody would.
And if we get the same printer, we could probably get it down to this.
Right.
I think they're printing it up. Are they? Oh, no. I think of. He's with, he's with him. He practiced with, talking about the guy in the white. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's still one.
Yeah.
Think of his name. He writes, Jesse Mercy, he used to do a couple of others. Really nice guy. He always
Yeah.
wants to talk to himself.
So,
John, was it John? Oh, no, it's only got that.
thank you.
That's just something different completely. This makes it sound like it's, this makes it sound like it's only for business, right?
Well, no, it has the joint.
Joint filer, single filer, it takes in
Oh, I see.
addition to state income taxes and will apply to any business. This doesn't help it, this makes it worse.
But. Yeah, if you put. Individual joint filers, you don't. Single filer. This is for everybody. Doesn't make it worse, it just. There's a little bit of confusion. Because
His name is. The commercial.
Thank you.
Let me get my copy. No one's interesting. Remember how we're gonna approve the form? He's got an error in his form. I think. Lectures beginning on afters. Levied and imposed on the taxable income of any individual. Taxable income of more than one.
You would, in order to get that clarification, which makes this seemingly strange on individuals with.
I have a whole different question for you. Is this actually accurate? It looks like you've got that one line repeated in there. Yeah. It's on your form section. It's like they took a sentence, part of a sentence and repeated it right inside.
This is.
I think what it sort of says. Who does the tax apply to? Right. 500,000 over a million. Then on which income? It's on their income. So it is repetitive. But it's repetitive with a reason. I got you. Okay. I was reading it like. Yes, if you skim through it quick and I certainly. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's deliver it that way. All right. Good. All right, thank you. Nope.
Does this work? This is okay. What have you got?
Oh, yeah. I
Good.
I didn't know.
Well,
This is their latest version. Okay. And Jonathan's trying to help.
I know, yeah.
But this line in here. Taxes in addition to state income, existing state income taxes will apply to any business that chooses to be taxed at the individual level. That changes the whole freaking meaning of everything.
This.
You think it is? Well, I'm having a problem with this one line. Existing state income taxes will apply to any business that chooses to be taxed. We're talking here about individuals.
Oh, yeah.
This almost makes it, if I were reading this like somebody standing in front of a library,
Yeah.
I'd say, hey, why not sign it? It's not gonna affect me, it's gonna affect this. He's got 99 words in it. So this tax is in addition to existing state income tax. It will apply to individuals, or will apply to individuals and businesses that choose to be taxed at the individual. Like,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
does that make sense?
I mean, you could also say, and also applies,
Yeah,
but you do have to have something there that clarifies that.
and it's not business.
It also, yeah, it would have to say, and also applies.
And the legislature may enact consistent laws. That's here, I see what he's doing there to help us. But if I read that line all by itself, the legislature may enact consistent laws of the revenue for local school districts. Well, of course they should. They're supposed to. It doesn't, it detaches it from what's about. Am I misreading that or?
No.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You can see it. He's got a couple of changes he's got to make in there that. I'm not gonna bring those guys up here. I'm just amongst us.
So what is it?
Yeah. Do you want to write on my copy your changes and just pass it down? Well, Jonathan, we don't have to talk about the changes you just made. I think we need to just talk about with us.
Yeah.
Right? So if you wrote, you want to write those on this piece of paper or do you want to print? Oh. Can we do that? All right. I'm gonna have you read the changes.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, folks. You guys would sit down. We're gonna have Director Brader read the latest version.
Thanks, Chair Housekamp. So I'm going to read what we printed out, and then I'm just going to note a couple things that I'm going to propose changing again that are relatively small, but just in the interest of time. So this is the updated summary, which is currently 99 words, which reads constitutional amendment to add beginning in 2027 an additional 5% tax on annual taxable income over $1 million for joint filers and over $500,000 for single filers. This tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and will apply to any business that chooses to be taxed at the individual level. Revenue is to be deposited into the state school aid fund. The legislature may enact consistent laws and must expend revenue to support local school districts in a way that includes funding for career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and training teachers. Funds are subject to annual audits. That's 99 words. However, a couple of clarification points that came to light after printing was the concern that the "and will apply to any business" phrasing now arguably makes it sound like this only applies to businesses. So that would, instead of saying this tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and will apply to any business, it would say this tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and also applies to any business that ... The other change is just there was a little bit of confusion in the sentence. The legislature may enact consistent laws and must expend revenue to support local school districts. So just to clarify, it would be rewritten as the legislature may enact consistent laws and must expend the revenue to support local school districts. So it's clear that it's referring back to the revenue that was discussed. So adding that "the" would make it 100 words. So that would be sort of the updated proposal, depending on the board's preference.
No, I'm sorry, I did a question answered. We were just slow reading this, I'm sorry. We've asked Mr. Liedl if we addressed his concerns. We've addressed you if we addressed your concerns.
Again, thank you.
The one piece I only want to ask you one area here.
Okay.
We are still calling out the fact that this affects businesses that are taxed at an individual level. In other words, it affects small business owners. We are not using the word "small" at this point. And I understand that that's only one word.
An answer to that particular question, Mr. Chair, I thought that Member Cordes had the solution "small" or "large" in there would fix that. But I have, may I? The language, again, this is just shown to us the first time. Instead of "chooses to be taxed," why don't we just say "is taxed"? Instead of "chooses to be." I'm just trying to eliminate some words. And then again, we still, I would suggest that one sentence that again is causing a lot of discussion here about the use of these examples. Again, their proposal talks about supporting classrooms in local school districts. So let's say support classrooms in local school districts and put a period after the word districts. Because again, we're still using these partial examples. No, we're not. We're actually, we are going 2 steps back, but I'm just trying to, again, I'm only suggesting a few small changes here to make this, to comply with your statutory duty. Oh, no. Oh, no.
If they decide it's advantageous, then they choose to file at the individual rate. No. That it was on. So I think the important thing is that it's a choice that businesses have. They can be organized as a corporation or as an S corporation or an LLC or a PLCC, whatever. But they have the option to choose this. And I think that language, which was brilliantly suggested by Director Brader, I think really fits well and addresses the fact that that is something that businesses, whether they be large or small, can decide to do.
So I do
With the
think,
advice of their tax preparer, blah, 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 right?
so again, this language still suffers from the use of these partial examples. So other than, we can argue tax law, and I didn't know that you were knowledgeable about this part, but they either are taxed or they aren't taxed at the individual level. It seems more accurate to say is, but it may be too fine a point for the purposes of today. But at any rate, certainly for the purposes of today, adding those examples, and let's just say support classrooms in local school districts, because that's what their proposal says. And
They're not added, sorry to interrupt. They were there before. They were on the summary that was approved and they were on the director's summary. We haven't added them.
But most importantly, examples are in the petition itself. That's what we're trying to summarize. So I think it's 24 minutes to 4. The senators are going to come in and stand behind.
We're working to do the
So,
same thing.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so.
No, but we're not.
Well, those are my only 2 points.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So could we just make one tiny the director's you've got a version that I don't have here because you made changes to it.
Well, just in handwriting.
I know, I get it, but so let me ask you a question. Could you just give us one thing here and just put the period here and leave the examples out? Seems like such a small thing to get this done today.
But why? Examples are in the proposal.
They're examples there.
No, they're not. They're requirements. They're because the
They're not
petition,
exclusive requirements.
they are inclusive requirements. They have to be. These things have to be funded. They have to be funded. That's including, maybe must be expended to do these things, including. So it's that word.
Here
Which-
we go. You got a sentence right here. The money may not be expended for other purposes.
Right, but,
Period.
right.
And let's, hold on.
Including funding for career and technical services. Class size. Retaining teachers. It's.
Yeah.
So what I was hoping to accomplish in the structuring of it as in a way that includes was to acknowledge the concern or the point that was raised by some that this could also be spent to support local school districts in other ways. So in my opinion, that restructuring of it makes that more clear. I think including was okay also, but that was the goal of restructuring it that way.
Helps.
Are you on board with this?
No.
No, I mean, well, I've got the same problem. I think we've worked
But I
all the
think-
way through this, but I think we're ending up with the same 100-word summary that we started out with almost.
Which is where I thought we should be.
What's that?
No, that's right.
Yes, I know, that's what you.
But the point is that that's an accurate summary of the proposal.
Yes.
It's what?
The point is that it's
It's-
accurate, and it's not the same, because I think it does significantly address the concern that we heard from many of the speakers this morning about the effect on businesses. So this says if the business chooses to file at the local level, this is applicable to them. If they don't choose to file at the individual level, then they pay the corporate tax rate. So they're not affected by this, right?
I still believe small business connotates a very specific thing. That's one issue I've got. The other one I've got is all of this, all of the window dressing they put on here. Yes, I get the fact that it's in the proposal, in the petition. But I also think it's worded in the petition in such a way where it's, again, being used as examples. And I see what you're saying here, must expend.
Right.
But again,
But
must expend revenue to support local school districts in a way that includes funding for. It goes back to the same problem as I've got before. It includes it, right? But
it has to include.
I-
it for the petition.
I might spend $1 for what it includes, and I might spend $100 for what it doesn't. It doesn't cover that.
Well, but that's something that I don't think.
I know that's beyond us.
To assume something about the legislature that we might not. want
Yes,
to
there is.
assume, Right?
If you take out all the examples, I'll support it for you. But you can't take out the examples, right? If you just put the period at the end of local school districts, I could be on board.
But that isn't an accurate.
I know, but it is accurate. It's still accurate.
I really don't understand your objection to the examples because they're not examples. They're requirements. They are specific directions about how the money is to be spent, that it must be spent for local districts, including so that, I suppose classrooms in local school districts might I didn't write this, but it might otherwise be argued that it doesn't include career and tech. Or that it doesn't include reducing, these are the things that were determined by the proponents of this
But it
petition.
doesn't change the
to be
value of the 100-word
important.
summary. The legislature may enact consistent laws that must expend the revenue to support local school districts. Even if you put the period there, it doesn't materially keep people from signing it. It doesn't phase it one way or the other.
But, in terms of favoring it one way or the other, if the petition itself says something and creates favorable impression, this is something that I think is an interesting discussion that has been had sometimes. You say that if you use the language that's prejudicial, but the language is there to tell people what it would do. And that's, and if that makes people say, I like it or I hate it, that's the language in the proposal. So somebody's going to look at this and they're going to say an additional 5% tax, forget about it. There are going to be a lot of people who are arguing, we don't want any more taxes. But there are people who would be, obviously, who are going to read this and they're going to say, okay, additional taxes, what are they going to do with them? And the proposal says, this is what must be done with them. So the proposed constitutional amendment is dictating what the legislature can do and must do. So I just think it's really important to respect what this constitutional amendment seeks to do, not what we might.
No, I understand what you're saying. I just, because of the way it's worded, even in the petition,
You don't like it, but that's the way.
I have a hard time with the way that they've worded something. It reads more like a marketing brochure, to be honest, than it does a constitutional amendment.
Because what they're gonna do is so good. I mean, that's,
Oh, I know.
no, I'm.
No, it's not.
But-
It's not because.
And it's not up to, again, this goes back to,
Listen, let
this
me
is what
finish.
the legislature's decision.
Hold on, let me finish. And I wasn't being tongue in cheek and I'm not trying
It's
to
okay.
be.
You do that really well.
No, I am seriously saying if what a proposal is gonna do on its face looks like a very positive thing, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, you can't help them. You can't punish them for that. And we're just putting in language they're saying that they're gonna do, and it happens to look like, who could disagree with it? No one could. That's not the fault of the people who wrote the language. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm.
No, I understand what you're saying. I just think that the way that it's worded in the petition, I think I'm not sure. I don't think it's a very honest way to word it. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
well,
That's-
Well,
That's
I
different.
also just disagree that that's the legislature, that the only thing they have to pay attention to when it comes to how the money may not be expended for purposes other than classrooms and local school districts. That's it.
Well, that part they're locked into. They can't do anything other than expend it.
But they also must include funding for career and tech. They must. The must is applicable to supporting classrooms and to funding. It must include funding for career and technical education.
That's the difference right there. They must expend revenue to support local school districts. That's a given.
Including.
They arbitrarily might, or they can include, which means they arbitrarily could include.
No, but they.
That's
so
how I'm
this-
reading the petition.
I know, but that's.
But must support, and the support must include funding, right? Yeah,
Must
I mean,
include or may
I
include.
think, right. Did you diagram sentences when you were in grammar
I was
school?
awful at it. You know what? When I went through the 6th grade for the 5th time, I still couldn't diagram.
I was really good at it.
You were? I'll bet you were.
But I think that really this might help. I think they don't do it anymore. Or they don't.
If we diagram a sentence.
You put that in the petition, that the one will be used to diagramming sentences. No, I'm just teasing.
To teach cursive, cursive writing and diagramming sentences.
I still have a problem with that sentence. But if you change it, I'm on board with you. Mr. Brader, go ahead.
Well, this is probably not going to be helpful. So, I mean, it appears the impasse right now is we either need to have 3 people who are willing to support mentioning these items after the including, or 3 people who are willing to support a different construction that doesn't include that. I know from the conversation during the break that it's important to the petitioner to have these examples in there. I can't speak for them completely, obviously. But, if we can't overcome that hurdle, we're not going to get 3 votes.
Petitioner has a summary that's been approved by the board that includes that language.
I'm still stuck on that one. I was stuck on it on the 27th and I'm still stuck on it today. And I'm not quite sure how to get around that one. And yes, Director Brader, I understand exactly what you just said. I think we've compromised on everything we can. I mean, we've put together good work here. I think we've made some compromises. I don't see a problem with just stopping at the end and saying local school districts.
I know. And I don't see a problem.
I know.
That's what. I know you're looking into the trusting the authors of this, and I think that's gone down a really, it's a difficult road to go down if we start looking at every one of these petitions.
Well, we've been doing this for a long time, though. We did this with Axe My Tax as well. There were things in the petition that we didn't include everything. There were things in the petition for Americans for Citizen Voting that we didn't include.
You can't include everything, but the question, I mean, here we can include significant things because the petition itself is fairly succinct. And so the petition includes things that were obviously determined to be of significance and important. And so I think our task is to accurately summarize what is in the petition. So I know you don't like what's in the petition.
No, I just don't,
But-
I don't believe what's in, I don't believe that it.
You don't believe it, or?
Yeah, I think it's worded in the petition in such a way where it's not, and well, I know.
Would it help to structure it so that it says something like the legislature will determine how to include funding for career and technical education, et cetera?
Because that makes it sound like they have discretion. And they don't.
They definitely do.
They do. They
The
very much-
legislature definitely has discretion when determining how to spend the funds,
No,
how
but
to
they
spend
don't
these
have
funds.
this. If the constitutional amendment says that the money must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts, including funding for career and tech, they don't have the discretion to exclude funding for that. That's the point.
Where are you seeing that?
It-
No, show me the line you're reading on. Sorry, I have to take my pen off.
Oh, it's here, including.
Let me- Other purposes.
So they have to do it because the Constitution says they have to.
If,
do it.
if this said the article must be expended to support classrooms in local school districts, comma, funding for career and technical education, but I understand that, but it doesn't, they put that in there. If it just said comma and didn't have including, then you could make the argument here that the money may not be expended for other purposes, but it doesn't. The money may not be expended for other purposes other than to support classrooms in local school districts. These other things are completely up to the discretion of the legislature in terms of what those classrooms in local school districts, in terms of how they are interpreting support classrooms in local school districts.
Director Brader, how would you just came up with an idea a minute ago to structure that just a tiny bit different?
Yeah, so I mean, we could lose the legislature may enact consistent laws. We could take out the may enact consistent laws and just say the legislature must expend the revenue to support local school districts and must determine how to include funding for, I'll just say, and must determine how to include funding for career and technical education, et cetera. What I'm trying to get at there is the notion that, you know, the disagreement about the uncertainty about what the legislature does and does not have to do, in terms of the fact that the constitutional language would reference supporting school districts, including funding for, so it's in there as a requirement, but the other side of the coin being that it doesn't say, for example, how much funding. So to sort of open that up to open up the awareness that there could be some discretion there, it would say
That
the
would help out a great deal. So you're saying
There
that the-
is discretion. I think.
but they do have
that's the
discretion.
Point. No, they don't, because what.
Diagramming again. Here, you know what? I'll make a little line for it. Look, I
Okay.
remember how those went, you know?
I do too.
And you know, at the end of the day,
So-
I always did this, so I got to go to.
So what Director Brader just said, that it is a requirement. So, and that's the point. So they wanted, I mean, you don't like it, but it's there. And our job is to say, this is what's there.
You are correct. Our job is to say what's there, and I'm still reading what's there is something that'll,
That's okay.
I just read it that it's something that's got kind of a swinging door to it. And I think what Director Brader just said makes a lot more sense. He's saying, you know what, folks, you're right. The legislature could play a lot of difference in here. Legislature has some discretion. Did I hear that correctly?
So, I mean, as I read this, you know, this is going to be in the Constitution, so ultimately it'd be up to the courts, but I mean, the way I read this, that the legislature must expend the revenue to support classrooms, local school districts. That expenditure must include funding for career and technical education. I agree with that. I think the question is, what does that mean? I mean, I think the other side of the coin is, what does it mean to include funding for? Where, you know, could you get away with, well, we're going to give you $1 for this but spend the rest on snowmobiles? I mean, I don't know, but the notion of structuring it so that the legislature determines how to include the funding would be an attempt to capture that idea. So the legislature must expend the revenue to support local school districts or local school district classrooms and determine how to include funding for career and technical education, et cetera. That would be the goal of structuring it that way.
You can, if you can structure in there that the legislature is the one that's making you can structure in there the role that the legislature plays in that.
But their role is limited because the Constitution, if this passed, this is what the Constitution would say. So when constitutional amendments have been passed previously, you know, like the voting rights amendments, then it is incumbent upon the legislature to implement that constitutional provision. And that can be, I mean, if the provision just said, you know, you have to have early voting, 9 days of early voting, then coming up with the statutory provisions for early voting, that's complicated. But this says, and similarly, if you say you have to fund career and technical education, then the legislature has to do it. They don't have a choice. And so as I think Director Brader agreed with my diagramming of the sentence,
Yeah.
that it must be expended to support classrooms and local districts. It must include funding for career and tech, et cetera. So, you know, I think you as a citizen, when you are looking at the budget, may object in some, maybe you could even say this isn't consistent with the Constitution, or somebody else, if there isn't funding for career and tech, they can sue and will, because there will be people who are interested in seeing and requiring that the legislature implement a constitutional amendment that's passed. So it's just, I understand that you don't like it. You would prefer that they don't put it this way, but this is the way they put it. So
No, I get
let's,
that.
yeah,
I'm-
so it's 4:00.
My concern is trying to
Those
be
are
clear
coming
enough
up.
with this, with the people looking at this, that they would recognize the fact that this just isn't this isn't a magic formula for fixing the schools. This is subject to the legislature's decision on how to use those funds. And Director Brader, I think that's exactly what you just addressed. Is that right?
I think the other language I proposed was to try to get at the notion of the uncertainty of how the legislature would include the funding. I think that the legislature is required to include funding for career and technical education, but how they do it is where I think there was some disagreement. So that language, the legislature must expend the revenue to support local school districts and determine how to include the funding for career and technical education. We keep the list in there, but acknowledge that the legislature will be determining how that works. It is 4:00. We have a couple other items. I don't want to have another standoff with the Senate people. So I think we can spend a few more minutes on this, but we do have other items that are also time sensitive.
What do you think if we make some changes? Where are you at?
I'm still a no. I'm still a no.
You're just gonna go no matter
Well,
what.
and we haven't even talked about the fact that this is a graduate, like, it doesn't address, like, I
Well, I
have
know,
three
we're not
main
getting to
concerns
any of
coming in
that.
here, and 0 of my concerns were addressed.
I could go the other direction and make, I mean, I feel like the four of us should be able to come up with something here, and we're not.
I feel like we should be able to as well, but we came here today with a 100-word summary that we approved, and then, then took the other states.
We're gonna run out of time here again, so.
Right, so if we can't agree on this, then I would, basically on this, then I would just propose that we adopt the director's summary that he came with to this meeting with.
I don't see that we've moved it much.
I think.
I know you do.
Right, I think the move, because listening to the people who talked today, and there were a lot of them, and there were a lot of comments, as we know. Their concern was the effect on business, and I think this addresses that concern, the one that was the principal one that was addressed. And so, and I know that that was really important to you, and I think that we have done that. And I just think that I think it's really essential that we include, because we have the words to do it, that we include what the petition itself includes with regard to the way that the money must be allocated. Some things, because the drafters of this proposed constitutional amendment determined that these were important. And I don't think we can say, well.
I don't think we are. I think you're right. There'll be four. A big part of this is the wording of the petition is difficult for me. And I'm trying to look beyond that and look at presenting this fair and accurate.
Right, and I understand that it's difficult for you, but
I don't think
you probably won't sign the petition. And I think we, we kind of decided ourselves that we wouldn't sign
Well, I know,
petitions
I
that
know.
we
You
have
and I,
to
yes, we
canvass.
did. But
Right, but
I still
but-
have I feel
But
we,
if they got sufficient signatures, presumably, maybe if you didn't like it, you wouldn't vote for it, but it is what it is.
it's not what I'm hoping for. It's a fact that we listened to a lot of people here today with some really valid things. This touches on all the pieces that we've heard today. By the way, all the pieces we've heard on both sides.
But I don't think that we heard many people complaining about this, about the way that the money was to be expended.
Yeah, you're reading it one way and I'm reading it a different way.
I think Mr. Little has one more. Can we invite him one more?
Oh, Mr. Lidl, only for a minute or two. We're running out of time.
That's why I rose. I remind the board that we have a pending request for approval as to form, which has been in its current form since July 2nd as well. We would like to see action. We were told that June 27th that the board would act on that request on July 10th, and it didn't. So we have that. If the board's at an impasse, you're at an impasse. We have an approved summary that will appear on the petition, and it won't reference business at all, and it'll include the examples. And that's what will be circulated. So we do want to urge you to get to your next agenda item because we are prepared to circulate petitions, whether or not the board complies with its duty to approve a summary within 30 days or not.
I am prepared to make a motion.
I figured you might be.
And I would move.
Before you make a motion, we don't have even a final cut. What
Right,
were you
but
gonna
I think I have the changes that we talked about. So if I could read this.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So I would move that we approve the following language. Constitutional amendment to add, beginning in 2027, an additional 5% tax on annual taxable income over 1 million for joint filers and over 500,000 for single filers. This tax is in addition to existing state income taxes and also applies to any business that chooses to be taxed at the individual level. Revenue is to be deposited into the state school aid fund. The legislature must enact consistent laws and must expend the revenue to support local school districts in a way that includes funding for career and technical education, reducing class sizes, and recruiting and retaining teachers. Period. Funds are subject to annual audits.
Request a roll call.
Wait just a second. We're not there yet. Or you didn't make this motion, right? You're just reading.
I know. I made a motion to approve what I just read. The summary which I just read. So,
If you put in the taxes in addition to the existing 4.25%.
we didn't put that in it. We didn't talk about that. And also, so that the tax, when we came back, the two changes were also applies to any business and expend the revenue. So that is, and we can ask that be printed out, but those were, I thought, the changes that we had agreed to. And so my motion was to approve that language that I just read.
All right, I second.
Now you have made a motion?
Yes.
You have, and you've
I have.
seconded it, and you've asked for a roll call vote?
Yes.
Director Brader, would you conduct a roll call vote?
Yeah, so Chair Housecamp.
You, Vice Chair Gurwitz has made a motion. Member Cummings has seconded the motion.
Yeah, so I'm going to call the roll. So Chair Housecamp,
No.
Vice Chair Gurwitz,
Yes.
Member Cordes,
No.
Member Cummings.
Yes.
So, Chair, you have 2 yays and 2 nays. The motion fails.
I would
All right,
suggest that we move on
moving right along.
to approve as to form.
I need I need the director to first say you have examined the form for the petition.
Yes. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to need a minute for Adam to reprint the motion, just because the summary wasn't approved. So, but with that said, yes, staff did review the updated petition and determined that it complies with the form requirements of the election law.
As the vice chair returns to a chair, we'll entertain a motion. I have a motion for the consideration of the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Invest in My Kids.
Yes, I move that the board approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by Invest in My Kids, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to the summary of the proposal of petition appearing on the petition, the substance of the proposal which appears on the back of the petition, and the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Motion and support, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving along. We have a discussion of the investigation of the qualifying petitions submitted by Cornell West.
Well, yeah, so we only have a couple minutes for discussion, just flagging, otherwise I might need to flip the order, but so we did conduct the additional review for the information that the board requested. If folks, when they're leaving, could just try to
We just let
stay
people
quiet, we're
leave for a
still
second.
working. Yeah.
We'll hold on a minute.
Okay.
I thought they were all here for Cornell West.
Okay, I think we're all right. So yeah, so we did conduct the additional data requests that the board had following the last meeting's discussion. Adam, do you want to update the board? Do you need a minute?
Wow, that really cleared out. Yes, so at the last meeting, the board had asked to go back and provide an estimate of the cost that that the Bureau expended to canvass. So a couple of things I want to preface. When looking at the cost, what the statute says is at least how we're interpreting it, is it's not the cost to canvass the entire challenge. It's not the cost to canvass the entire drive. It's the cost to canvass this one sheet. So I just want to preface that because so the total cost, I don't have a breakdown by hour like I wasn't able to pull that together like specifics, but we're talking about $360 was the total cost to process the challenge for just this limited circulator petition for Mr. Dillahunt. So and I think that's the only outstanding question that I had that the board had for me.
I'm sorry, how much? Sorry.
$360 approximately.
Yep.
So you have determined that that was the cost of looking at the one petition that we determined was violative, although we looked at many petitions that were challenged as being violative.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So while you have concluded that that was, that it was, that particular petition which was violative was not, did not include significant expenses. There was significant expenditure in connection, obviously. So we're not limited to that $350. We could and discussed imposing a fine of $5,000. Isn't that correct?
That's one of the things the statute says.
Right. And so I think the question, I'm sorry, I'm just jumping
No,
right in
I-
there, you know me. The question is, what is going to be a significant step that we can take that will get people's attention to their need to monitor their petitions and make sure that what they submit to us are petitions that have been signed by a sufficient number of voters and circulated by circulators who are not including fraudulent names. And so it seems to me that while you have narrowed that, as we requested you to do, narrowed that charge, what we really need to do is to decide what kind of fine is going to be sufficient to deter this fraudulent behavior in the future.
There's another, so, again, you guys know me well enough by now to know that sometimes I go down the wrong road, but in this particular case, I actually went out and because you came back for all of the signature gatherers that were called into question, only one, Elijah Dillahunt, is the only one that there was a determination that the signatures did not match the sample. That's correct, right?
I would clarify just slightly, he is the only circulator that none of the signature.
Okay, that's fair though.
There were a couple of other that did not match, but not like, it was like one here and there. Mr. Dillahunt, while all the signatures in the circulator, in the sheets themselves, they matched each other, not one of them matched the exemplar that was provided to us.
Right. Mr. Dillahunt was the holdout that was really an obvious case of these don't match, all of them. And I think that's significant though, because we're dealing with a campaign and we're also dealing with an individual. And so let me preface this by saying I actually went in search of Mr. Dillahunt. He and Fred and Elaine all lived at the same place in Georgia, and he's not there apparently anymore. But one thing that came out that was also interesting is there's multiple Elijah Dillahunts all within the same area because there's juniors and seniors. And I'm not saying that because it has anything other to do here than there's a lot of speculation here as to what we have and what we don't have. The only thing we know for sure is that you have an example, or I'm sorry, you have a driver's license from an Elijah Dillahunt that was provided apparently by the campaign. Is it the sons or is it the fathers? We don't know.
I do not know.
I couldn't get them to call me back, so I don't know either. But as we look forward here, I'm not sure that we're in a position to say we're going to hit the campaign with a $5,000 fine to send a message over a single circulator. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get around.
But I'm looking at the report that we got, the exemplar signatures. Okay, so they could say that Elijah's that
did not match.
Right, they didn't match the exemplar. There were others where they could say that the exemplar matched one signature on the petition, but that there were other petitions with signatures purporting to be that person's name that didn't match. So there were other non-matches, quite a few of them, actually. So that was with regard to Siobhan Johnson, Isaiah Hughes, Dax Brown. So people were using these names, Elijah
some, but-
Delahunt, right.
Okay.
So it wasn't just Elijah. I
I
mean,
also think the point is that the campaign had a driver's license for the person that they believe was doing it, and they submitted. So, we're not punishing necessarily the circulator, right? Like, this is a message to the campaign more
right,
so.
we're sending a message to the campaign, which is, I think, the most important thing that we have been trying to do. Every campaign. So, and I think we recognize that this was a significant step for us to take.
Oh, huge step.
And I know you want to take steps, surprising steps to regulate circulators, which I think might be unconstitutional, and you certainly
You do,
want-
yep.
would not want to violate the Constitution.
But I'm also trying to be careful that what we do here does not set down a new tactic where, wow, we can seriously punish these campaigns. And when I read the staff report, and Mr. Fracasey, I actually called you on the staff report. You and I had a conversation about it because I had questions. But after our conversation, I was even more convinced that what we're looking at with the Cornell West campaign is not a giant glaring, here's a campaign that's committed fraud with its circulators. We're looking at a campaign that the challenge didn't rise to a significant level. You ended up with one signator, or I'm sorry, one gatherer that was obviously not matching signatures. And even though you had some other ones in here, there's a lot of reasons why an individual signature might not match. One of the, and I told you I was going to ask you this question at the meeting today, because one of the things that you brought up to me when I asked you about the report was you contrasted this case of Cornell Wild with the case of some of the gubernatorial candidates in 22. And you said that they were different. And I'd like you to give us some.
Yeah, so I think the thing that's different, so I'm gonna back up and kind of talk about it a little bit at a higher level again. So the first step in the statutory structure would be that the board would have to determine in order to take one of those 5 remedies, the board would have to conclude that these were fraudulent signatures. I'm looking to Eric, so I'm going to ask in a second to correct me if anything with that. So with the 544C structure, just because the structure with 544C is quite convoluted and it's a little bit of a messy statute. But in terms of what we saw here versus what we saw in 2022, there's a couple of distinctions that are the reason for the staff report and kind of why it was written the way that it was. So at this point, what we can say with Mr. Delahunt is that we have a set of circulator signatures on a petition and an exemplar that they don't match. None of them match. So I can't confirm though whether or not is that the same person? Is the driver's license wrong? Is the circulator sheet wrong? Is it something more? I can't at a staff level confirm that. That would be a decision that the board would have to make. We tried to say, here's what we did. We've tried to reach out to him. We took all of these steps to try to get a hold of him to figure out a way. What's different between that and what we saw in 2022, I think, where we were a little bit more comfortable taking that step and making more of a recommendation to say these signatures should be disqualified because we think that they are rising to that level of potentially being fraudulent signatures. And the reason for that was based on what we had. We had voter signatures versus a circulator signature. When we are processing a voter signature, we're looking that up in the qualified voter file. We have access to their signature. We've got access to their information, including when they died. So when somebody in the qualified voter file is marked as deceased for 5 years, it's impossible that that signature is that person. It might, and even then, in that instance, it might be a different person with the same name, but then it's still invalid because it's not registered, or it might rise to that level of being a potentially forged signature. So even if you look back at that staff report, we still kind of laid some of that out, but regardless, we knew that there's no way that that was a proper signature for that reason. The other distinction is, I think Vice Chair Gerwitz might be the only one that saw at the time, but if you looked at those petition sheets, they were so clear in the same handwriting. There were instances where literally the lines alternated pen color, and you could tell it was all in the same hand. And in several instances, that was the same hand as the person who purportedly signed at the circulator block. So that's without getting into a ton of detail with that, that's kind of the distinction where we have with this, where like the recommendation is from the way that it is. So in total, we did say that 27 signatures out of the 488 that we reviewed did not match. So with that block, then that would be the next question for the board. And I'm gonna kick it to Eric to double check to make sure I didn't say anything incorrect with the 544C structure.
All right, so the structure of 544C provides for the sanctions that we're discussing here, that were mentioned, like the $5,000 fine or the disqualification or the amount for the canvassing. That all applies under subsection 13 of 544C, which says if after a canvass and a hearing on a petition, the Board of State Canvassers determine that an individual has violated subsection 12, then the Board of State Canvassers can impose those sanctions. Now, what's important about subsection 12 is that it does not apply to everybody. It only applies in certain circumstances. The first circumstance is that it applies to a circulator if they're not the same person that committed the violation. And so that covers the circumstance where an individual signed a petition with a name other than their own. And then the next circumstance would be a candidate if it's a nominating petition. And then the third would be an organization if it's a ballot proposal. What's important there also is that the circumstances here only address if any of these three people, the circulator, the candidate, or the organization, knew of the violation before they filed and failed to report it. That is the essential determination that this board would need to make in order to assess one of those 5 sanctions against Cornell West, is that he knew of the violation before the petition was filed and failed to report it. Not the campaign, because again, the sanctions under 13 only apply for a violation of subsection 12. Subsection 12 only applies to one of 3 classes of people, the circulator, and it says specifically here, if the petition is a nominating petition, the candidate whose nomination is sought. So it's not the Cornell West campaign, it would be
Candidate himself.
It would be the candidate himself. It would be the organization if this were a ballot proposal committee, but it's not.
So what you're saying is, unless Cornell Wild knew that this was being submitted
And that it was wrong and that he failed to report it. That would be the threshold to reach those 5 special sanctions. Now, it doesn't mean that all the rest of this is fine and hunky-dory. It's because there's still issues here that if you're a circulator signing for a name other than your own, you're still guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by $500 and 93 days in jail. There are still penalties that the statute applies. But this category of sanctions that the board may impose following an investigation applies specifically to categories under subsection 12, and those are for the 3 classes of individuals. The circulator, if it's a person signing their petition with the name under their own, or for any of the rest of them, if it's, because again, this is for a violation of subsection 8 or subsection 10, which I could read in, but it really gets kind of, I feel like I'm already convoluted a little bit. But the issue here specifically is that the violation here is for the circulator signing a name other than their own. At least that's the contention. If in order for the reach the $5,000 sanction, the board would need to determine that Cornell West knew about that before the petition was filed and failed to report it. We've never done this type of hearing before.
But I mean, that would be impossible, really.
This is the language of the statute.
But, and this is going backwards and not even addressing you, because I was looking
Okay.
I was ignoring what you were saying because I was looking again at the information that we got. So I think we're minimizing that we're focusing on Elijah Delahunt. What we can see that we have an exemplar that doesn't match the signatures, but there are a number of other circulators where the signature is clearly in different handwriting. And that's not middle.
Yeah, in total that we, like I said, there were 27 in total that we determined did not match the exemplar that was provided to us.
So I don't understand why we're just saying it's one person.
Because it's not that it's one person. There's one person that we determined nothing matched, and then
But there
there's
are others.
others.
Okay,
that
there are
also have
others.
one-offs.
There are others where some of the signatures in that person's, some of the signatures are clearly not those of the exemplar. We don't know who did it. We just, so, okay. But we know that there were people in the campaign who were signing circulator names that were not their own. And it wasn't just somebody who was signing Mr. Delahunt's. Right? Yeah, that there were people who were signing names that were not their own. We can, so if we have, for example, I'm looking at Isaiah Hughes. There are two signatures, one that are very different. Somebody's signature is fraudulent. Somebody signed a name that wasn't his own.
All we can say is that it doesn't match. I would leave that. And the reason is because I don't know if it's rushed. Like, I don't know, is this like, which one's correct? All I can say is that there are several, you are correct. There are several examples where it does not match. It clearly does not match. So something is right, something is wrong. I don't know if that's the same person that did it quick. I don't know if this is myself sitting here signing, your name, for example. I don't have that.
But it sounds as though we don't have the ability to sanction unless we believe that Cornell West was aware of this and turn us in, regardless if it was 1 or 10 people. Is that correct?
That is the language of the statute, because the sanctions, we're talking about the $5,000, the disqualification, that applies for a violation of 12. 12 only concerns one of the 3 categories of people. The only one that would apply here is Cornell West himself. And so the board would need to make a determination that Cornell West knew of these issues before the petition was filed and failed to report it.
Which I'm certainly unprepared to do.
I can't say that, but I'm not prepared to say that that's my reading of this. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. And I know that we have provisions that don't make any sense. But there has to be, because that just encourages campaigns not to be responsible, right? If you not to check, okay, I'll just give you this whole load of petitions. I'm not going to check them, so I can't tell you that any of them are not good. So, not my fault. Am I right? Is that what?
I mean, it limits some of the potential negative consequences of having the circulator signature not properly filled out by the circulator. The limitation of those penalties. There's certainly, you can certainly suffer severe negative consequences from not checking your petition signer signatures, as we saw most dramatically in 2022, but also in 24 and other elections. So there's still a real need to do that. And then, depending on future, we could have future challenges that are honing more in on these circulator signatures that would also create that incentive. But in terms of the penalties that are provided for, it does seem like they're difficult to use for the board.
I would like us to close out this investigation today. I would like us to come to some understanding here of what we can do. Vice Chair, you have been on the forefront of this one since the beginning. Life imprisonment is not an option.
I don't want to imprison
I know.
Mr. Dillahunt or Mr. West.
I was diagramming.
I know, but I'm troubled. And I understand that the statute is perhaps inadequate to deter the misconduct that we have determined occurred. And so if we cannot at this point impose a penalty on the campaign, then I guess.
Could I ask a what if
Yeah.
before you go there? Just
Yeah.
a what if? This was probably be directed to the AG's office. Is it possible that we could conclude this and that we could put out something that would say to an Elijah Dillahunt, you are no longer allowed to gather signatures in Michigan on maybe with the qualifier that until he comes in and verifies this, defends his. I don't think it makes any difference because I don't think he has any intention of coming back here anyway.
The statute provides for, as one of the sanctions under subsection 13, to disqualify an organization or other person described in subdivision A from collecting signatures on a petition for a period of not more than 4 years. Subsection A in turn describes an organization or other person sponsoring the petition drive, which I don't think would include Mr. Dillahunt.
We tried to identify the company that he worked for. I don't think we've even been able to identify the name of that organization, have we?
And I think the other problem with that is that the circumstance, we get back to the same problem of the way that this statute is structured. The sanctions under subsection 13, which include the disqualification, are only available for a violation of subsection 12.
Right.
Subsection 12 is if an individual, like a circulator or a signatory, an individual's voter, for example, violates subsection 8 or 10, and the effective petition sheet is filed, then each of the following who knew of the violation of subsection 8 or 10 before the filing of the effective petition sheet and who failed to report the violation to the Secretary of State, the filing official, if different, the Attorney General, law enforcement officer, or the county prosecuting attorney is guilty of a misdemeanor and punishable by a fine of not more than $500 and or imprisonment not more than 1 year or both. And those three categories of people are the circulator, the candidate, and the organization of the ballot committee.
Okay.
So it's, I don't know why it's structured this way, but that is, the sanctions are available for one of those three categories of people. And the only one that would be applicable here would be the candidate Cornell West.
So you're saying that the appropriate sanctioned entity would be the candidate.
Right. So if the idea here is that just taking it one step at a time, the violation, core violation here is that an individual circulator signed with a name not their own.
Right.
That is a violation of subsection 8, no question. So the circulator is arguably, I know he hasn't been charged, arguably guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not more than $500 and punishment of 93 days. So now that we have a violation of subsection 8, that opens the door to a possibility of a violation of subsection 12, which is that if an individual violates subsection 8 and one of these three categories of people knew about the violation before the petition was filed and failed to report it, then we get into additional sanctions for those three people.
Understand.
Do you have a recommendation on where we want to go?
Do I? No. I don't want to go where we apparently need to go. I think we probably need to conclude this investigation by probably making some, I don't know what we need to do formally to conclude it. I think we may, by undertaking this investigation, have at least sent messages to both circulators and to candidates and campaigns that we're going to be looking very closely. But it would be, do we need a motion to end this? Or do we just need to conclude that at this point, the statute is not leaving us the option to impose financial penalty?
Is there a motion to open the
I
investigation?
don't think there's a motion to even do that. This is an administrative matter that just, it's closed out,
Right.
right? I mean, you wouldn't have a motion to.
The statute provides the board with the authority to do things, so there's nothing mandating the board has to, and I think the Court of Appeals and remanding this back to the board for proceedings was pretty
We would need
clear.
to report back to them.
No, I don't, that remanded, not reported back.
Okay.
But the idea was that the court was going to let this be to the board when, in your determination. So I don't see that there's a specific action for the board to take if you're satisfied that there is no action you want to take.
It would still be reflected in the record and it would be reflected in our meeting. If it was ever a need for the court to revisit this on a future matter of whatever reason they would want to, even without a motion, we would still have the, or a determination, there's still.
Yeah, I mean, we can put it in the minutes that says like the board concluded its investigation and determined no further action.
Okay.
And no motion was taken, like we can write it in that way. Or you can just do a motion.
To also add it to the minutes, can we do this where will you verify that before the next meeting? If a motion is required, or if you did to change your mind and think that we ought to have something as a motion, then just tack it onto the August agenda.
But we are going to be considering in August the procedure for investigating circulator signatures. And I think we need to keep in mind what has happened with regard to this investigation and try to determine how we could facilitate more meaningful investigations in the future.
I would also argue, just to wrap this up, that I think that your diligence on this and even the actions of the Attorney General's office in dealing with the fraudsters from 2022, the environment amongst signature gatherers, I believe, is changing. And I think that the attitude that you've taken of being tough with them, I do believe that we are seeing some much better practices out there. And I think that will certainly be clear next spring. We'll see.
We're going to be busy.
Absolutely. Mr. Brewer would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I think the board's inaction today is going to send a very unfortunate message. Mr. Dillahunt's signature is on petitions with nearly 900 signatures. The failure of the board to sanction the West campaign or Dillahunt or anybody here sends a message, I appreciate what Mr. Cordes just said, that you can get away with this. And finally, I'll just add, I think this just adds more urgency to the procedures that you're going to consider in August. Those procedures must include an investigation which is concluded before you certify. If you can't sanction people afterwards, the only sanction you have is to strike their signatures. That means the investigation has to be done before you certify. And I hope that the procedures we see in August will have that in it, because otherwise there is no incentive for people not to continue to forge circulator signatures.
Thank you, sir. Are we ready to move forward?
I guess we can move forward as long as nobody's throwing us out.
We are really we've managed to match what we did on the 27th, almost. We still have a couple of items on here.
Yeah, I think we can get through them. So the last two items I think are related, right? They're the petitions. Yeah, so I mean, these This was discussed at length last time. All we have now for you is just a quick report on the changes we made in response to some very helpful comments we got from participants in the meeting. So, Adam, can you do
Before you report on that, I do have to share with you that we've got Mr. Liedl and Mr. Brewer have both requested to speak on this, but we are going to run out of time here.
Okay, well, do they know? I mean, maybe Adam, if I could recommend, could you do like lightning round of what the changes were? And then if they still feel that they need to address something, we can hear from them.
Yeah, so I will kind of run through very quickly. We put together a summary. The public does not have that summary like the board has, like with the line breakdown, and track changes doesn't work very well to post online at all. So in general, we took everything that we heard last meeting and incorporated it. So the big thing, so I'm going to start first with the statewide initiative manual. We did change the M in Michigan. We changed throughout the manual consultation to review just to make it more consistent. We added on page 8 a best practice to include that sponsors should work with BOE staff to finalize the form before requesting summary language. I want to note there specifically, we talked about this a little bit. That did change slightly what we put out last night. We sent out an updated one last night that just added the words best practice. Before we had said you should work with BOE staff to finalize the petition. We just said that's a best practice rather than like a mandatory phrase. We did also clarify on page 8 that the process restarts if you're changing language to the petition. If you're changing the language of the petition, the process restarts. We did fix the check mark symbol that was mentioned. I believe Mr. Liedl might have mentioned it at the last meeting. We did add in that they can contain a unique identifier as long as it does not cover up any mandatory elements. And we requested that it does not be at the top right corner of the petition. And then we did add as a best practice that challengers should serve a copy of the challenge at the other side when they're serving it rather than leaving it to us. We had comments about that last time. We did add that as a best practice. That is in that's the initiative manual. So I can jump to the nominating petition manual briefly as well. In the circulator block, we just made some on page 10, we just lowercase city and township to make it more consistent with the statute. We added the same on page 13. We added a new section for nominating petitions that was staff review regarding form requirements. I won't read the whole thing, but it's page 13. We added a new subsection J. It's the same thing we do for the statewide initiative manual. We took that language over. I think Mr. Brewer might have made that suggestion at the last one just to make it clear that staff you can work with staff. In pages 16 through 17, that we heard comment last time about the word half of the congressional district. We did just add the direct number. We added in parentheses after the word half. In a few places, we just added the number 7 just to make it clear that it has to be 7. 13 congressional districts. We're good. 15 electoral college votes. Sorry, ignore me. It's been a long day. I got nervous for a second. We added the same unique identifier language in the nominating petition manual, the same serving challenges in the nominating petition manual. And then on page 28, we clarified the duplicate signature issue that we talked about. We said specifically that unless otherwise invalidated, the earliest dated signature will be counted on page 28. And then same page, we said it applies even when the candidates are member of different parties. So that dealt with that duplicate signature signing multiple petitions more than once, or signing multiple petitions across a drive. And then we removed in the candidate manual, we removed references to 180 days just for clarification. For partisan offices, which is what this nominating petition manual is for partisan and federal offices. We will have a separate one for judicial candidates, and we'll have a separate one for qualifying petitions for candidates without party affiliation. But for candidates running in a partisan office, the 180-day requirement does not apply to them. They are technically allowed to circulate petitions the day after the election where the office last appeared on the ballot. So we just clarified that as well in the manual. And then we also removed references to the 483A filing in the nominating petition manual because that's not relevant to nominating petitions. So I think that's the lightning round of kind of everything that was changed in response to what we heard last time.
Mr. Brewer, you asked to speak to this. I would ask you to keep it to a couple minutes.
And I hope some way can be found so that more notice can be given of what's going on. I appreciate that it's a best practice. Also, I continue to support requiring approval of the form before you move to the ballot summary. I understand what the manual says, but I hope some way can be found at some point to make that sequence because I think it'll work better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lidl. Again, I would urge brevity given it's 10 to 5.
Similar to Mr. Brewer, just a couple brief comments. The first on the nominating petition. The same issue which Mr. Brewer indicated relating to service. We generally agree on many things relating to the election law and your practices, but here I disagree with Mark. I don't believe it's appropriate to introduce the concept of service when you have non-lawyers involved. I think the language relating to serve a copy of any challenge upon the party being challenged. Well, is that the political party? In litigation, we have parties to the litigation. So it's unclear to me, and I suggest the board think about this a bit more. It's my view, and I should note these are my personal views, not of any client, that I think you can better serve the transparency and make sure both sides are aware of what's going on if the Bureau just simply posts any challenges that it receives, as opposed to imposing lawyer-like procedures that don't necessarily apply so well. So I just ask that the board consider including that provision. That's it on the nominating petitions. On page 9 of the manual relating to amendment petitions, I think this is right. I think I saw the last version around 5:30 last night, which meant I couldn't submit any written comments to you on this for today, so apologize for that. I think we still have a misspelling of the word Michigan somewhere near the top of page 9. I think it's spelled Michigan. I think it's one of those things where if it's in an email address, which I think it is, the word processors tend not to notice them.
Yeah, you've got a typo in there.
Right.
Michigan.
Yep. And then my last comment, I guess I'll point one more time to the statute. I am concerned, and I think the statute limits your options in terms of requiring submission of a form prior to or at the same time of a summary. I agree the best practice is to avoid that, but the statute doesn't even require a petition to be submitted when you're seeking a petition summary. It just says you can submit a summary and the text of the proposal without regard to the petition, and then that triggers the 30-day clock for the Bureau to submit something. So I think the issues with that from my perspective are you're creating something more for lawyers to fight about that you should probably avoid, and I would probably avoid that. Although the language I was most concerned about was in an earlier version, not the July 29th version. Looking at the version from last night, it seemed to be out. And the only thing left in there is that I could see relevant. If changes are made to the former language of the petition after submission for summary language, the process must be restarted. I read that, to suggest that the process has to be restarted when it's done. You regularly approve a petition as to form, and at the same meeting, often approve a summary for the proposal. And so it's conditional approval, right? And folks have to go back. To me, I read this as, oh, I'm later submitting an additional form, and this is on page 8, right under best practice, to require you to resubmit if you change your petition to include a different summary. So maybe just some rewording there could be clear. I sympathize with the department and the board. The statutes are less than ideal on this, but I do think the board should be careful from deviating from the statute because that's just something else for lawyers to argue about.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Okay, there are still some changes that have to be made here before we can do anything. There is, in fact,
I think you can improve it with the understanding that we're going to correct the spelling of the email address. And that's the only one we have to make, isn't it? The other ones are sort of for future consideration. That's how I read it.
we could go ahead and push it through, subject to spelling errors.
Yeah, I think you can approve it with the understanding that we'll correct the misspelling, any misspellings.
We do these separately. We have a motion for each. So I would entertain a motion for the,
I move that the board of state canvassers is it nominating petitions first?
petition.
Yeah. Approve the proposed petition manual with changes that Mr. Prater will make. Nominating petitions for partisan state and federal office. Furthermore, I move that the board direct staff to use the procedures described in the manual when processing partisan nominating petitions for state and federal office effective for petitions submitted after today.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
And we will need a second motion for
I move that the State Board of Canvassers approve the proposed petition manual with change Mr. Prater will make. Statewide initiative, referendum, and constitutional amendment petitions. Further, I move that the board direct staff to use the procedures described in the manual when processing statewide initiative, referendum, constitutional amendment petitions effective for petitions submitted after today.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Ordinance 2, is there any other business coming before the board?
Yeah, I would suggest using this facility obviously causes us time pressures. We have in the past used the Delta Township meeting room. I don't know if that's regularly available. This is a very nice place to meet, but we don't seem to be able to.
We've only run out of time here a couple times, and those have been pretty mitigating. I think
we ran out of time.
twice. Well,
Right, last time and this time, but I think we ran out of time with regard to the nominating petition that caused us so much.
We
gotta
can
come
look
back,
into, we
right?
can look into other options.
Yeah, to-
Delta closes at the same time, but we can look into other options and
okay.
see.
We should at least, if we have an agenda, which, and I know it's not easy to predict how long our discussions are going to take. That's obvious. But maybe if we have a long agenda, we can think about whether or not there's another. And have some available. Maybe we can meet in Detroit.
Oh,
Okay.
as long as it's at a bar.
We can look into some options.
keep creative like that. All right, there's nothing else coming before the board. We are adjourned. Thank you all for your patience.
Yeah.
However, let's try to do those out and
Oh.
they're gonna want us out of here.
Yeah, I'll take the petitions back. 458, and I need you to sign minutes Oh, Russia. Give me 1 second. Steve.
Adam, we get so quick. Is it still like Elijah? Okay.
I need to find it.
No. I was on
What about
vacation for the
the
June
spelling of
26th
Michigan?
meeting, so.
It was
I've been away for a while. So